Welcome everyone, and I hope you all had a good lunch. And we can start with the conference, and the floor is open. So, welcome.
So, dear guests, I'm really pleased to welcome you on behalf of the Central Bank of Malta to the 13th Annual CompNet Conference, which has been organized by the Central Bank of Malta in collaboration with the National Statistics Office of Malta and NSO, CompNet, IWH, and CEPR. I believe that we do have a very exciting program for you today, but before I give the floor to the governor for his introductory speech, I wish to draw your attention to a couple of housekeeping rules. First of all, kindly be informed that the event is being recorded and that photos and videos of the event will be published on our institutional websites and social media channels. Each presentation is allocated a 25-minute slot, followed by a 10-minute discussion. You can put forward questions in an additional 10-minute slot after each discussion. Also, please, in the Q&A session, in order to put forward a question, you need to raise your hand. And if you are here in the hall, you are kindly invited to speak within the mic for the benefit of the people who are joining this conference online. If you are participating online, please note that the microphones are muted by default. So if you want to raise a question, you need to write the question within the chat so that we can relay your question to the presenter. Given that today's schedule is a bit tight, may I remind the chairs of each session to keep to the allotted time. It's very important because otherwise we run the risk of outrunning our time slots. Lastly, may I kindly remind you to put all your mobile phones on silent mode. So now I am pleased to invite the governor of the Central Bank of Malta, Professor Edward Cicluna, to introduce this conference, together with Filippo Di Mauro, who will follow with his speech. Thank you.
Professor Di Mauro, Professor Schember, and others, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to welcome you here to our central bank for this for your 13th conference or CompNet conference, which is an annual event, organized by us with the NSO. I understand CompNet and HAL Institute, and also the CEPR. I don't think needs to emphasize that the topics you've chosen for today's and tomorrow's meetings are really pivotal topics. When you talk about competitiveness and especially productivity, they underlie all the issues that they affect policy so much and the future. I would say our collective economic future, whether in Europe or wherever we are, it's so deterministic, and especially when you notice all around us, the changes being, in the global economy and the increasing fragmentation, which is a very sad thing and will have a lot of negative ramifications. Productivity and competitiveness, are moving with according to the shocks, and I don't think we were deprived of these shocks over the last 10, 20 years. Starting with we can go back to the international financial crisis, followed by Brexit, followed by COVID, and the war in Ukraine, and now the war in the Middle East. All these shakes coming one way or the other, and and I should have mentioned COVID, of course, because it was also a watershed, having ramifications, especially the way we responded to it, with our schemes, which kept people on the payroll, but then obviously had ramifications for productivity as well. So just by coincidence, today we had the governing council, at the ECB, and it was a virtual one, and it was about productivity. They published the productivity report. I'm so glad that at least we're getting into it in a very professional manner. In my time, we used to measure, using obviously the total factor productivity, and we used to say that the residual will be a measure of our ignorance, which, well, true, but it's because we can't explain it. But obviously that's the challenge. And, from what I can gather from this program is let's open up that black box and find out what is this, uh, what's contributing to that residual or which we call total factor productivity. Of course, it affects, as I said, we're in Europe, so we are concerned with our region, or supposedly our union, which had originally the intention and still does, is to gain competitiveness, lowering costs, and increasing productivity. But unfortunately, we have very little to report. Progress has been for the last, I was in the council between 2013 to 2000, um, 8 years later, 21. And there was very little progress. There was to complete the monetary union, to start looking at the capital markets union, which now is supposedly be the agenda for the coming commission, for the new coming commission. So we've got very little to report, and it's showing. If you look at any trend, you could see it compared to the US. It's down, down, down productivity in Europe. Um, while in the US, it's quite, stable. Neither didn't have these either these peaks or these troughs. While in fact we do. So it's very unfortunate that we have very little to show, and we always say why. What's wrong with us? Why, compared to the US, we are where we are? Um, you know, we have lots of regulations, which is a good thing because they're all justified. But again, they have to make sense. We cannot just look at regulations as a solution for everything. They aren't. Or taxation. Again, it's a touchy subject. But from what from my experience in the council, I find that big countries in the European Union, there's a lot of navel gazing. There are smaller countries like Malta, and not necessarily that small, but smaller countries like the Netherlands and Ireland are more aware of the global scene and competitiveness, and they're being eager to survive in a very difficult world. And while in Europe we look too much in inward looking, and who says as a finance minister taxation is not important? Of course it's important, but it's not the beginning and the end. you know um, the same for many other regulations. We have to make sure that they are as little as is necessary, and not to affect business especially, because then another topic which you have is about at the micro level, at the business level. So could be that now with climate change, because we are in the frontier globally about sustainable business practices and making a big move towards there more than other countries. Perhaps that challenge will goad us into innovativeness and ways of doing things, and hopefully will have an effect um, on productivity. Because when it comes to disruptive technology or disruptive inventions, we lag. Let's put it this way: we lag. The computerization, the computer revolution. You know, what did it did produce a lot of good things. Don't misunderstand me, but it brought it brought forward 3 or 4 global players, all American, you know, and so let's hope that AI and what brings us to the future will be more, and I'm referring here to fintech, for example, we'll hope that it will be more democratic, and we'll find ways of doing it in such a way that there won't be these, closed, um, you know, um, exclusiveness. We want it to be as inclusive as possible. So look, I wish you really, success in these 2 days. I'm sure they are quite interesting going by the program, and I would like to thank Professor Mauro and Demauro and whoever was involved in this annual event. Excellent. And also the local team who also did their part in order for this to be successful. Thank you all. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, thank you very, very much, and thank you for the hospitality and the great words. I think that there is a presentation, maybe. Okay, let me, until the presentation is there, let me start by confessing that actually this conference was born by personal reason. There was some years ago, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada and myself, still at the ECB, we were thinking about, let's have a common event, and we were thinking about Malta because the family was born there, and I was born in Sicily, so I think. So that was a reason for that. But say then in September last year, when we met Aaron Grech and Noel and other in the economics department, we saw exactly what two governors said, that basically Malta is in an incredible position to show Europe how competitiveness should be studied and should be faced. So I think we decided that we wanted to have the conference. And Governor, I think you will see that we have deserved your confidence, because there is an incredible set of papers and contributions. So we are sure that it's going to be great for the Bank of Malta and for the Statistical Institute to have support us. So thanks in advance for that. So, Governor, I take just a few minutes of your time, but to illustrate to you and to some of the people that didn't have the chance to be in our conference, what is CompNet, the Competitiveness Research Network, and telling you, how we are working, what we are doing, so that you know what kind of activities we follow in relation, in particular, to competitiveness and productivity. Overview is going to be sort of touching upon the data that we produce, that is the component data set, the MDI data set, just a brief mention of the research that we are doing with this data, the events we produce. This, Governor, don't worry, less than 9 minutes or something, right? So we have two data sets. The component data set is a micro-aggregated data set that is basically done right now already on the 10th vintage, produced by 23 countries. So we cover basically the entire Europe. And we have Malta actually contributing. We put around in the island there already in the last few years. They were being part of it. So thank you very much to again the statistical institutes to be to make the effort to be part of it. It's not easy. I know. So this data set will be expanded eventually. These are basically indicators micro-founded on productivity and drivers of productivity. The country coverage will be enlarged going forward. We are going to add Austria this time around, as well as Canada and Japan. So what are the data? Just a quick roundabout of the data. So I think we have hundreds of data. So all drivers of productivity. So of course, the measures of productivity, labor productivity, total factor productivity. We have sort of indicators related to financial variables, related to sort of trade variables, export, the size of the exports, productivity, premium of the exporters, and so on. Then we have sort of variables related to competitiveness, competition, sorry, so Hairfield and X and index, concentration of the firms, so all indicators that giving us the status of the competition in relative markets. And we have also data related to labor, so firm entry and exit and other variables. So this is basically what we had in terms of the traditional CompNet data set. So hundreds of variables that have been used by researchers and policymakers to analyze the productivity based on firm level information. The second thing that we are producing right now, Mr. Governor, is the new sort of agenda, and we know that the Statistic Malta is actually taking good note and possibly will collaborate with us on that, which is more a modular version of CompNet. That is to say, there is a researcher that has a kind of a request and wants to have this request done using micro information. And sort of the CompNet team has already established a bilateral connection with statistical institutes in order to have data which are pre-harmonized and very granular, and runs the codes either directly or indirectly. So runs the code on certain data sets, very granular, right? Out of the request of the researcher. Then the results are distributed to sort of the users in order to produce academic or policy relevant research. Now, for this, we have to mention and thank very much the European sort of Commission, I think, that are online today with us, which are funding our, so this is basically a common project, which is funded by the European Commission, exactly, Mr. Governor, because of what you were saying. We want to analyze what are the underlying structural factors which make such a situation whereby Europe is entirely underperforming in terms of productivity and competitiveness. So now, in terms of just the difference between the CompNet and the MDI dataset, I was mentioning before, is more like a question of having, rather than a dataset that is produced annually and is fixed, is a dataset that instead is much more modular, has the possibility of having the researcher choosing his research question on a more granular dataset. Okay. So how do we use this information? We use this information for a number of research topics. Oops, I'm going too fast. Let's see. Is there any way to go back? Sorry, is back. Ah, okay, so yeah, sorry. Okay, sorry. The animation is important here. Sorry about this. So what we want to show here that there are 4 lines of research that we are currently experimenting using this more granular data set. The first line of research is on trade and competitiveness. The second line is on micro-founded Phillips curve, so it's a more monetary policy. For your information, Mr. Governor, so we are basically estimating the Phillips curve at the firm level, giving us the difference of the Phillips curve, whether we have more sort of productive versus least productive firms. Then we have another line of research is on energy, of course. As you were mentioning before, the climate transformation, of course, is a major sort of component that must be taken into consideration for assessing the productivity prospects. And finally, we have firm responsiveness or firm dynamics. We want to see how dynamic are the firms, whether they are responding quickly to market mechanism and so on and so forth. So on that, I want to underline that we are going to have our teams, our 4 teams, presenting in the session, poster session outside. There is one poster session here, just in the entrance, and one other in the dining room, in which you can bilaterally having contacts with your counterparts and checking whether you want to participate in these kind of projects, and suggestions on other things to add in that project. So please go visit in the intervals the poster sessions. So what is our objective? Well, what we are going to do is on a quarterly basis, we hope to have launching this new experiment. So if there are new ideas or research, we collect the ideas and we try to launch every quarter a set of dedicated codes. Then what we are trying to do is to increase the access, the coverage. Now we have 6-7 countries. We try to have ideally the entire community, right, into there. And Malta again is in discussion, and we really hope that with your help or the central bank, we're going to convince the statistical institute to participate. Then, of course, to do this, we have to do lots of training activities. This involves also training to the statistical institutes as well as to the users for the best use of the data. Now, on the research, of course, we have plenty of publication. I'm not going into that. Just go into the website. But Mr. Governor, for your information, CompNet does academic sort of refereed research, lots of papers. We do also quite a bit of working papers, of course, and last but not least, also policy notes. For instance, we had a few months back, we had a Vox EU on talking about competitiveness in Europe, productivity and not protection. We were arguing that, let's be clear, when we want to talking about competitiveness, we don't want to talk about putting barriers to protective barriers, right? And the second, last published is on declining business dynamism. What we have is that the fact that the business dynamism is not increasing. We're thinking about more startups, more dynamism. The contrary is true. Okay, so then we have lots of conferences being done, policy workshops. I just put all the pictures of the capitals where we were in the last year. So we are very active in spreading out the news about our research and policy work. So to conclude, so CompNet is actually growing. We are possibly growing more solidly because we are going to be integrated with permanent staff in the IWH Institute in Halle, in Germany. So we are working on the 10th CompNet dataset, which actually will include Malta and other 22 or 23 countries. And we are actually working hard to develop that part, the microdata infrastructure, which is the modular part of CompNet, allowing more sort of user-friendly applications of our data sets. We are strengthening, of course, the communication platforms to make sure that we provide a forum for data user and data providers on best practices. Also using training for that. And we have 2 upcoming events, and this is the last point I want to make. There is one first that is going to be in Barcelona, 25th and 26th of September. Unfortunately, the call for paper is gone, but we got lots of submission. So it's going to be a great conference. You're going to see very soon the agenda of that, and you're cordially invited to attend. And second thing is going to be the next conference already planned is in Vilnius in September 2025, which will be the next annual conference. But of course, we're going to have a number of other events and possibility of sharing with you our research and results. So thank you very, very much, Mr. Governor, Central Bank of Malta, National Statistical Institute for actually supporting and hosting us today in splendid Malta, which is as splendid as possible today, although a bit hot. And I really wish you a great continuation of the day with enjoyable conference. Thanks a lot. Let me switch role now, and I'm now happy to introduce our keynote speaker coming from Milano, I think, University of Bocconi. Gianmarco Taviano does not need an introduction, certainly in our team, because he has been one of the, say, creator of the CompNet, at least, absolutely. We own him a lot in terms of, intellectual sort of stimula, to produce what we are producing so far. So we are extremely, extremely happy to have you, Gianmarco, and so looking forward to hear what I know what you're going to say, but I hope you're going to enjoy his presentation. It's great. I saw it. Thank you.
So thank you, Filippo. Thanks so much for this nice introduction, and thanks the Bank of Malta for hosting us and all the people that are participating. So the presentation is there and it moves great. So what I'm going to talk about today is, well, one could say games you can play with CompNet data, games you can play with macro and micro data, but essentially I want to use or to show a way to use these models, this data, sorry, to discuss the technological origins of the European comparative advantage. But I would like to place this in a broader perspective that is on the debate on EU competitiveness. So this is the competitiveness network, and a lot of course, reports have been written on competitiveness. And so with other co-authors, we went back to all these reports and tried to see what is competitiveness actually. And what is interesting is that there's been, to some extent, an evolution with respect to the 90s. In the 90s, the debate on competitors was mainly about, as you see here, vague notions of sort of win-lose competition for world markets. At the time, it was the rise of Japan and the Asian tigers, and Europe and the US were more or less in the same kind of situation as they are today in terms of rhetoric. Today, of course, with respect to China. But today there is something that we have much more concern with, and especially given that we have the data to look at this stuff. And so issues that are about deindustrialization, so the effects of what is called sometimes the China shock, the fact that we are some way lagging behind in certain crucial sectors, especially those for the green transition, and so our so-called technological dominance, but also the fact that we rely, given that we are not producing certain stuff, we are relying on other countries, and so these issues of economic security. When you look at all these reports that have been written in more or less recent times, you can essentially classify. So first of all, I have to tell that essentially no competitiveness report is defining competitiveness. And so these different reports are talking about sometimes very different things. But if you want to classify what they're talking about, there are these two dimensions that one can come up with. An internal competitiveness dimension, just think in terms of sports. So there are a lot of people, I guess, also in the room that are measuring their performance in whatever sports they do against themselves. And so this is the idea of internal competitiveness. And I have to clarify, for this presentation, it's not about the internal market. So I'm using this internal, meaning within a country. Then, of course, if there are questions, we can move on to this more internal market perspective. So internal competitiveness is about the ability of an economy to compete with itself, so improve the performances. And this goes through innovation, improvement in efficiency, but in the end, as we just heard also the governor talking about that, it is ultimately about productivity. External competitiveness is the other thing that we've seen was dominant in the 90s, that is a more confrontational approach that is about converting your productivity improvements into increased foreign market shares. And so this is about competing with others. Here, you don't have, of course, to go through the entire slide, but here you see all the reports that we have looked into. So internal competitiveness, competition with yourself. which is about productivity. It is about efficiency, sometimes about regional efficiency, sometimes it's national efficiency, sometimes it is the efficiency of the European market. And so this has been highlighted with different nuances. So the World Bank is in this report is more about GDP growth. The World Economic Forum is broader, high living standards. The European Investment Bank is wealth creation. European Investment Bank is later on is being the most cost-effective producer. And recently, the European Commission is to all these different dimensions has added also the idea of, well, what were called once upon a time secondary goal, like sustainability and equality, that now, I mean, that they are between inverted commas because they're not secondary anymore. They're actually part of the primary goals. And then other reports, and especially those that have been produced, as you see, for the World Bank some years ago, but recently European Commission, the Monti report. And if you think a lot about what has been, what we know so far about the Draghi report, they are a bit more about competition with others. So you want to supply these desirable goods and services to gain market share, retaining domestic dominant industry role, producing strategic technologies, and anything that is about leading this competition with the others. We know, I mean, since quite some time ago, and there was a clear statement of all this in the 90s by Krugman, that in the end, it is the internal competitive that matters. So improving with respect to yourself rather than respect to others. So the second may come as a result of the first, but what matters for the living standards of a country is when improving with respect to what you were doing before. And the objective of fostering internal or versus external competitiveness are therefore not necessarily aligned. There are quite substantial examples of how you can gain a lot of external competitiveness to the detriment of the local economy. And vice versa, you may have improvement in your productivity without gaining substantial market shares anywhere. So the policies that are needed are clearly quite complicated. And I think this is important to remember because now that we have the data, and in CompNet we have this data, but also broadly speaking, we know we have more data than in the past, and for sure more ability to deal with this data, to analyze this data. We should remember that any case that can be made in terms of policy intervention, for example, recently in terms of industrial policy, makes sense only under very specific conditions. And these conditions are practical conditions that you can verify whether they are there in the data. So for example, whether you can gain terms of trade, improve your terms of trade. You may deal with scale economies, and so you may want to promote through subsidies the scale of operations. Maybe there are externalities, just think about environmental policies, effects of economic policies, but also there are quite substantial aspects that are related to the fact that, and this I think is not discussed enough, that whenever you think that there is a role for policy intervention, most of these cases, there are threshold and lock-in effects. So the question is, what is the right dose of policy intervention? And in the current debate, I think that the most important aspect is, so say that we are intervening, is this enough? Are we providing enough intervention? Or to the other extreme, too much, and this is just wasted money. So what I'm going to talk about in this presentation is not, of course, the broad something about the broad debate on competitiveness, but I'm trying to look at how you can use data like the CompNet data to study a key channel through which productivity maps into foreign market shares. Of course, here it's about relative productivity, and this is not some way canceling what I said before, that is absolute productivity, competition with yourselves that matters for living standards, but the channel through which productivity maps into foreign market shares is the old notion of comparative advantage. the impression that one has today is that in several times there is a sort of understanding that there is a strict link between technology and foreign market shares. Actually, when you look at the data, it's not that straightforward. That is, if you look at measures of foreign market shares that in the macro level are measured according to revealed comparative advantage, which way I will define in the next slide. Well, the mapping from what you see in terms of foreign market share and what you see in terms of relative technology or technological efficiency across the sectors is not that straightforward. And the reason is that there are all these additional concomitant drivers of external competitiveness. And so we know, I mean, in Europe pretty well that the factor prices, or unit labor cost, is the key thing in the debate. But generally speaking, input prices, scale economies and market power are important. Firm selection, the idea that, and this is what CompNet is stressing a lot, the heterogeneity across firms. And so there are firms that are at the frontier of technology and firms that are far away. And so how far away they are and how many of them are so far away is fundamental. And of course, there is this huge black box of government institutions. So what I'm going to discuss now is to what extent we can use external competitiveness to infer the technological prowess, the ability of countries to produce in terms of, therefore, productivity. Can we obtain trade-based measures of technology-based comparative advantage? So can we look at the data and see, okay, now in this data, I actually can see where our underlying comparative advantage is from a technological point of view, so netting out all the other effects. So just to some definitions so that we are all on the same page, and I'm sure you all know this definition, and just defining some words, some names that we can use from now on. So what is comparative advantage? This is the traditional definition since Ricardo. You consider two countries, A and B, two industries, 1 and 2. The country A has a comparative advantage is the relative in industry 1, if the relative price of whatever is produced by industry 1 is relatively lower in country A than in country B. Now, this is what we see in terms of the prices, but behind that, one of the drivers is technology. And so this is the original notion of Ricardo, which didn't have all the other cofactors that we were discussing. And so the technological comparative advantage is essentially defined in terms of higher relative productivity of a country when considering the two sectors compared to the other country. Here it is the opposite of productivity. It's just the unit input requirements, but the notion is the same. So essentially you have something that you see that is the relative price of things, and then you can define a comparative advantage that you see in the prices, but then these relative prices are determined by a lot of things, among them the relative technological ability, which is what is the Ricardian concept. So why should we care about measuring comparative advantage? For all sorts of reasons. Here, very fast, I'm listing 3. Trade, when you liberalize, or now when you reduce the freeness of trade, is going to induce structural change. That is reallocation of resources across sectors and across firms within the same sector. So if you measure comparative advantage, then you may also have a clue of how the structural change is going to develop after a change in policy. When you have the structural change, of course, we are going to generate gains and losses depending on the direction of the change, and winners and losers. And so some notion, some measure of comparative advantage may be important to understand who's going to win and who's going to lose. And then, even more pressing nowadays, there is why it may be important to measure comparative advantage is because it's going to tell you what is the opportunity cost of industrial policy. So should we really put a lot of money in industries or goods or specific products in which nowadays we don't have a comparative advantage? Maybe if there are dynamic gains, but with comparative advantage today, we know what is the opportunity cost of doing that. So in this world, now one could say, okay, but there are all these different forces. So there are the availability of complementary factor, the old Echelon story. There are scale economies and therefore perfect competition, the Krugman story. And then there is the old story of Ricardo, which is about technology. So why should we really care about the technological aspect? And the reason is that this is the way the world is developing, at least in terms of what we care of at the moment. So this idea of countries having access to different relative factor endowments, so the actual only story, is useful when technologies and market sizes converge. So when countries, the main difference is indeed that they have more labor than capital and vice versa. The Krugman story is when instead what is making countries different is the local, the home market, which is quite important when you have economies of scale. But Ricardo is when it's not really about market size and factor prices. And then if you think about our concerns today is really that starting from a situation in which we had two large markets, actually one to start with, that was the US, one created by us, which is the single market. And then the rest was not locally big national markets. Now we're in a situation in which there is a third large domestic market, which is the market of China. Together with this, we've seen convergence in factor prices in China towards the factor price that we have now. So it's not, of course, happened completely, but this trend of convergence is telling us that the worlds we are moving towards is a world in which technological differences are going to be much more important than they used to be. So if one accepts that knowing something about comparative advantage is useful and not only interesting, then there is something that is ready off the shelf. So there is additional measure of comparative advantage, which has been introduced by an economist, Balassa, well, maybe 50 years ago. And it is this idea of revealed comparative advantage. So if your relative technological ability or your relative ability of producing something is mapping into the ability of exporting that thing, then you can look at exports and back up what is your comparative advantage. And this is the idea of Balassa. So an idea of export specialization. If your country is relatively specialized in exporting, say, cars, then this means that probably has a comparative advantage in producing cars. Now, this is very fine, and it's actually true by tautology. But the point is that you cannot really understand from the pattern of trade, and so the specialization in trade, what are the actual drivers of your underlying comparative advantage. So are you good in exporting cars because you have the factors that are specifically needed to produce cars, or because you have a better technology, you have a better access to markets, you have a domestic market that is large enough to allow you to exploit already scale economies. So, and a market that is competitive enough to weed out the firms that are not particularly efficient. So these are the things that we try to do I will try to do in this presentation, which on the theory side is based on works with Anwei Wang at Hong Kong City University of Hong Kong. And on the empirical side instead is based on work with a CompNet team made by Filippo Di Mauro and Marco Mattani, who's there, and it's going to take all the questions on data. So what are we doing? So first of all, what data are we going to use? So these are data that are the CompNet data. The countries that we are using are the ones that you see listed. The star, I'm going to highlight the CCE, so the Central, Eastern, and Southern European countries. Why only these countries? Because as you will see, the data requirements is quite severe, which means that it is hard to put together a data set that is covering all the variables that I want to look at. But the CompNet data set is rich enough to give us a wide range of countries. Essentially, it's the only data set that has these characteristics. And the restriction is that for all these variables, we want to have information. So we want to have a balanced sample, and that we're going to follow from 2007 to 2018. It is the 9th vintage Filippo told us at the beginning there is a 10th vintage. This is the one that we can use now. And then for the macro data, we rely on OECD information or the Penward table, so some of the standard macro information that are available. Some definitions to show what comes next. I'm going to call export propensity the share of producers at exports. So how many of the producers in a country in relative terms are also exporters. Export intensity is instead the importance of exports over sales for these exporters on average. TFP is total factor productivity. For those who are into productivity estimation, is this ACF type of estimation. Labor intensity is, we have different measures for the things that I'm showing today. What we're going to use is the median of nominal labor cost over nominal value added. So the income share, if you want, of labor. And capital intensity is the median of real capital to labor. So the two, they are not simply the complement of the other. They are essentially, they are not two. They are being chosen as non-complementary to each other to give you some alternative measures of factor intensity. So this is the first picture. I don't know how much you can see, but essentially what you have here, we're looking at countries that are, you see there, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, and Sweden. And in this picture, what you have is a simple question that you ask the data. So let's take this data set with firms and sectors, and let's look at sectors that export a lot. So what you measure along different dimensions is their ability to export. As I said before, one dimension is the export propensity. So how many firms in the sector, what is the fraction of firms in the sector that are also exporters? And the other is export intensity, that is how much they export per firm. The red is showing high values. And the plane that you see is the best fit that is taking account two dimensions here. Whether the sector is labor intensive and whether the sector has high or low TFP. And so what you see for these countries, as one would expect, is that countries like this, so Western and Nordic European countries, they tend to export more in sectors that are less labor intensive and in sectors that are very productive. So this is the information just to show you that indeed there are these two stories going on. If we are interested in the technological aspect, we want to look at what is the role of TFP after controlling for these factor prices. Now below you have similar information with a different type of measure. You see here that when you look below, however, what you have is well, a picture that seems some way applying to all countries. The point is that instead there is quite something happening in the terms of or composition of the countries. So in particular, what you have here that may be, sorry, it was the one before. What you have here by bundling all these countries is that different dimensions of factor intensity and capital intensity, labor intensity, capital intensity may give you some paradoxical results. Why? Because when you look at capital intensity, you see that now the bottom row, what you see is that countries that these countries are exporting a lot in sectors that use a lot of capital. And very little capital, which is not what you would expect for countries like the ones that we are describing. And the result, and this is just to show that if you start to net out, to take out some of the countries, then the picture becomes more understandable. So here you have the Nordics, and this is, you see the two types of graphs are compatible. They're exporting a lot in sectors in which they're very productive and they use little labor, or vice versa, you see below, they use a lot of capital. When you look at Germany and France, you get the sort of paradoxical result that was highlighting before. And this may come precisely for the fact that Germany and France, with respect to the Nordics, they have large domestic markets. And so scale economies and selection and the other things we were discussing are some way blurring the picture. So how do we filter out these things that are not allowing us to read the technological aspect of comparative advantage? Well, you can, of course, you need something, you need some structure. And the structure is to reflect the argument that we were developing. You want to have a model that is able to tell you which part is coming from technology and which part is not coming from technology when you look at comparative advantage. And this is what I'm going to use here. So applying to the CompNet dataset, a model-based methodology that is trying to tease out the technological component of comparative advantage with minimal data requirements and not too much estimation and computation. So this is something that is giving you a measure that does not require to solve full-fledged econometric calibrated models. In the original paper, it was applied to China. I'm not going to talk about China today. I can also only tell you that the pictures that we've seen before for China, they would be complementary to what we see now in the past. That is, China would be very good in exporting where it has high productivity, but also is using labor intensively. This pattern through time has become weaker as China is going through the transition that we were describing in the beginning. So you won't see the full model, and I will only show you some indicators. But just to summarize how it works, just think about two countries. A home country and a foreign country could be the rest of the world. Will be highlighted with a star when there are variables. These countries are different in terms of technology, factor endowment, market size, and therefore they are some way, in terms of the endogenous outcomes, they can be very, very different. There are only two factors, that is labor and capital. Many sectors, because we want to some way match what we've seen in the previous graphs. And these sectors are different in terms of relative factor intensity. So there are some sectors that are labor intensive, others are capital intensive. And their index Z, just to tell you what you will see next, in increasing order of export propensity. So in the ability of exporters of the country, of producing the country to become exporters. And then there is something that is a technical thing, but I want to show that also in the graphs because it may be important. When in these models of general equilibrium that are used nowadays in international trade, in academia mostly, but more and more also in some policy applications, there is this distinction between modeling demand in a sort of simpler way, assuming that the elasticity of substitution between products in the same industry and across industries is constant. So you essentially reduce the number of parameters you want to estimate, and having variable elasticity of substitution. Now, the constant elasticity of substitution would be sigma for this for sector Z. And the important thing is that if you assume this constant elasticity of substitution, then the role of market power is diluted because it's not endogenous in these models. It become a function of this sigma. And therefore, when you want to infer what you see in the technological aspects of what you see in the data, you're going to make a strong assumption that market power really doesn't matter much, which we know nowadays is probably not a very safe assumption. And then the model is also all these scale economies, firm heterogeneity, endogenous selection. Why you want to have this stuff in the first place? Because you see that in the data, and this is one of the main messages of the CompNet datasets too. So there's going to be free entry, which is important in this sense. So this modeling of free entry, which has now become a classic, one of the most cited papers in the last decades, a paper by Mark Melitz that has introduced this type of approach. And I would like to think about this approach as a way to capture an important aspect that we see in the firm level data. That is, there are some firms that are close to the frontier of technology. They are able to use the best technology that is around. And within the same sector, you have other firms that are far away from the frontier. And this is an important concept that has been highlighted also by the OECD. And so you may have, just for a practical example, you may have industrial policies that want to push the frontier, and other industrial policies that simply want to bring firms that are laggards towards the frontier. Now, it's not obvious ex ante which one of the two is the best for the objectives you may have. And this is a way to capture this in a model. So in an industry, there are firms that are distributed in terms of productivity. Here is inverse productivity. So you may think of unit input requirements. And these are go from zero. So firms that are very, very productive, they need much less inputs. Zero is just a theoretical, of course, bound. And then you have firms that instead require a lot of factors because they're not very productive. And so this CM for and CM star for the foreign country, there is capturing where this fringe or where the distance from the frontier is. And then the sector concentration parameter KZ, which will appear in what we will do next, is going really to measure the distance from the frontier. So you can think of CM as an inverse measure of the frontier, where the frontier is, and KZ as a measure of distance from the frontier, because if K is very high, a lot of the firms are very far away from the frontier. If K is low, you have a large bunch of firms that are close to the frontier. How it works, a simplified model of entry. You have entrepreneurs that have ideas. They may consider to enter in different sectors, but they discover how good they are in producing, actually surviving the market only after entering the sector. And so what they do is they pay some cost to develop their ideas. Then they start producing, or they consider producing, and then they realize whether they can survive the competition of other firms. And so if there is a cut-off survival rule, if they are good enough, that is their unit labor factor requirement is low enough, or their productivity is high enough, they stay in the market and produce. So this is a first round of selection. And then for what is important for us is that there is a second round of selection, because we've seen that the propensity to export is not equal to 1. If they're really good, they are also able to pay the cost involved in exporting. And when they do that, then they will become, of course, exporters. So there is this double selection. But this double selection actually is market dependent. So you may be able to survive in a market, in a given country, but not in another country. You may be able to serve from your country a given market, but not another market. And different firms would be above or below these thresholds. An important aspect that feeds into productivity is that you're going to have to observe, and you see that in the data when you have data on entrance, you have more firms entering sectors and countries where the state of technology, so the frontier, is better, when the input prices are lower, and scale economies when this market is large. Now, there is, of course, the other side of the coin, which is you will have more firm entering, but then the selection through competition will be tougher. And so firms will be more likely to export if they survive, but less likely to survive in the first place, which means that essentially in this process, what is happening is that the part of the laggards from the frontier are washed out by competition if you have trade. Now, some other definitions, and I can get into some expressions, but mostly in the results. So I have to give names or labels to the different variables, not to write every time all these longish things. So export propensity will be called chi. So, I mean, for some reason, as economists, we have an attraction to Greek letters. So chi is going to be the export propensity, so the fraction of firms that exports. Theta is going to be export intensity. That is how much of their sales is accounted for by exports. And you see, when you see a star and a Z, the star means that this variable is country specific. And when you see a Z, it is sector specific. clearly the macro variables are not sector specific. So GDP or income is going to be called I. Population is L because income per capita may play a role. Trade freeness is going to be called rho, which is sector specific. And unit input prices are going to be omega. Just think about wage or W, but this is a bundle of factors, capital and labor, and possibly intermediates. And then you have something that is the sort of the Ricardian thing, something that you observe only in autarky, and therefore you don't observe, which is this phi A, the average productivity in a sector if you didn't have trade. So this is clearly something you almost never observe in the data, but you can back it out because this is where comparative advantage is defined on. Now, but this is not the state of technology. Why? Because even in a closed economy, firms have to compete against one another. And so the productivity that you observe in the data is that the productivity of the firms that survive the competition, which is not necessarily the productivity from which, I mean, the support of the productivity, or all possible productivity developments you may get in a country. And then there is this concentration of technology, or as I said, distance from the frontier, which is K. Now, these are propositions and theorems, but again, I don't want to get into technicalities, but I simply want to show you the parsimony of certain expressions. So now we have the codes to understand what is written there. So the first expression is telling you is the relative productivity of the home country vis-a-vis the foreign country, the rest of the world, on average in a sector in autarky. This is not observable. But what you have on the right-hand side are all things that are observable, because the theta is the fraction average in the sector, the fraction of export, the fraction of sales that are determined by exports. Chi, we said, is the share of exporters among producers. Rho is a measure of trade freeness, so how easy it is to trade in that sector. K is this index of concentration in the sector of technology, which is something you can also see in the data. And actually, this is an important aspect of CompNet, because this concentration of firms has to do with not with the first moment, not with the second moment, but with the third moment of the distribution. This is something that only CompNet has in terms of comparison across countries. And then one may say, okay, but still you have CM and CM star, that is this technology frontier, which is actually what we're after, but cannot be measured. Now, the model tells you that how you can infer that from the data. So you can start from data on trade freeness, on distance from the frontier, and trade. In particular, here is trade is export intensity. You net out the ratio of the omegas, which is you observe the factor prices, and you can you can eliminate that term or measure that term. And in the end, you can actually get to CM star over CM. So this is the state of the relative state of technology of my country vis-a-vis the other country. In particular, this is the Ricardian comparative advantage, because it is the foreign CM, which is the unit input requirement divided my unit input requirement. If the ratio is large, this means that the other guys need much more factors in order to achieve the same unit output that we can achieve with fewer, with a smaller amount of output. So this is actually the measure that we are after. And as you notice here, you need very little information. I mean, now that we have CompNet, is needed little information, but it's been years to put this together. You can also get to that stuff without having direct access to the firm level data, because here what is micro in this expression is the chi, is the fraction of export of producers that export, and possibly the k, because this is the third moment of the productivity distributions. But if you really believe in the model, then you may have an alternative expression, which is using a K which is estimated from trade data, because out of magic, this kind of, in this large family actually of models, K becomes also the trade elasticity, so you can estimate from the trade data, and then you have something you can use, for which you can use only aggregate data. Now we have used both, and I will show you the results in that we're going to. In particular, we have a mixture in the sense because we're using the K from the firm level data, and we're using the theta from the firm level data, even though in principle one could get them from the aggregate data. And then for those that are particularly curious, you can also have an expression for the actual model-based reveal comparative advantage that is going to tell you that the reveal comparative advantage, again, don't get into the details, but there are these 5 factors that are driving this reveal comparative advantage that are telling you in an equation what we were discussing at the very beginning in an intuitive way, that is what you observe in terms of the ability of export, the market shares in foreign markets is determined not only by your technological, the state of your technology, but also by factor prices, by access to markets, by scale. You see here there are both income and population. And so some way, this is just confirming, well, showing how the model is partitioning the different aspects of the RCA index. So what time? 10, okay, fine. So this is the express. So I'm back to what we've seen before. This is the Ricardian comparative advantage expression that I'm going to use. The data, the micro level come from CompNet. The macro ones, that is the wages and the return to capital that we need to build the omegas, they come from the aggregate data that we discussed before. So first, a picture that is telling you that indeed you cannot simply look at foreign market shares or external competitiveness and infer from there what is your technological ability. So this is a picture that apart from the nice colors should be revealing of something. So what you have on the horizontal axis, you have the ranking of sectors by reveal comparative advantage. So if you want in terms of external competitiveness, they're ranked from the best, which is 1, to all the others. And so the best, those that export a lot, are on the left. Now what you have on the vertical axis instead is the ranking according to technology. So the best technology in terms of relative technology sectors are the ones that are close to the 0 again. So if the Balassa index of the external competitiveness were driven only by technological aspects, then you would have most points along the red line, which is the dividing. I mean, it's the 45-degree line. So it would tell you that no matter what you measure with, you're going to get the same result. What you see here is, of course, a huge variation. Essentially, the line is not predicting anything. But a thing I want to highlight is that bluish colors, they tend to be in the bottom right, and yellowish green colors, they tend to be on the upper and the top left, which means that the sectors that are misallocated in a sense between the two rankings are sectors in which you have an important aspect of cost disadvantage in terms of factor cost, of input cost. So for example, there are sectors like the blue ones in which you have that it is very expensive to produce, and therefore you will not export that much, but still what you export is precisely because your technology is very good. And so this is what this type of picture is showing you. So first message, I mean, if you want to infer technological advantage from exports, it's not that easy because you have to filter out these additional aspects. The second message is that competition matters. So now this is not something we have to tell to practitioners or to policymakers, but I mean, the intensity of competition in sectors is fundamental. And how can you see that? Well, let's move to, as I said at the beginning, to this CS framework in which competition is neutralized, and because it is not endogenous. And then you can compare the pictures. Essentially what you have here, you have on the horizontal axis, you have the relative factor cost, so the unit input cost, price, sorry. And then on the vertical one, you have indeed this measure of comparative advantage based on technology. So what this is showing is that, first of all, clearly they are quite, when you have CS on non-CS, there is a big difference. This is what is showing, say, to be more precise on the vertical axis, is what changes, or the gap between a situation in which you allow competition to be endogenous and a situation in which competition is exogenous, so it's not affected. And an important message that you get from this picture, apart from the fact that they are different, but the one I want to stress is that distance from the frontier interacted with how you deal with competition is going to make a big difference in terms of what you think about your competitive edge is in terms of technology. So now back to EU competitiveness. Now these are the pictures that I've shown you at the beginning. So on the left you have the Nordic countries. On the right, you have the Western. So this idea that they are quite different in terms of determinants. And so you cannot simply look at these pictures to understand who has a better relative technology in the sector or the other. What we've done, I mean, essentially for all the countries that I've listed at the beginning from CompNet, we have applied the decomposition in terms of technology, factor prices, market power, and selection that they were discussing together before. And you get for the different countries an interesting set of pictures. I will show only two of them. So the first is for Sweden. I mean, we're still struggling in making this visible all together in a projection. But apart from the patterns, with the mouse. No, only cats, no mouse. So what you have here is this decomposition. So the thing we are interested in is the relative state of technology. All these bars correspond to sectors. When you don't see a bar, it's because for that specific sector in the data set for that country, there is no information. So this is again suggesting that CompNet is an ongoing project in which we would like to fill in not only the blanks of the countries that are not yet there, but also sectors that maybe need more attention. So relative state of technology, calculate allowing for endogenous competition. Then you have the relative state of technology, CS, that is, you are neutralizing from endogenous competition. And here you see even more clearly that it changes quite a bit. And then there is the revealed comparative advantage, this external competitiveness indicator. Now, what you gather from these pictures, apart from the details of the sectors, is that actually the correlation between the different bars is not particularly good. And so indeed, there is a lot that has to be filtered out in terms of access to market, scale economies, and factor prices if you want to infer what are you good at from a technological point of view from the patterns of trade. And then we're also listing the other components that that explain why you don't have this easiness in going from revealed comparative advantage to state of technology. The relative input prices vary across sectors. So these are relative input prices. Doesn't mean that sectors, necessarily the sectors pay different wages, for example. It means that they use labor with different intensity. And so when combined with capital with different intensity, you get a different price of the composite input. Then sectors also face different trade barriers. These are not necessarily administrative barriers, but could be also related to transportation costs. And this is what trade freeness is showing. And then another important aspect is that one could say, okay, but we said at the beginning that CompNet is very nice because it has TFP computed. And so why instead of doing all this, we could simply look at estimated TFP, total factory productivity, and see what is the best, which sectors are really better. But remember that the problem here is that, as I said, the productivity you're serving the data is after competition and after selection. And so this is not the frontier of technology, but it is the result of endogenous competition. And so you see that indeed this is also different. Now, I'm reaching the end. You can do the same for France, and we do that for all the countries that we have access to. We do that in 2018. But what is nice about the CompNet data is that you have a panel, so a balanced panel. So you can also look here, you see even less, but for each sector, there are 2 bars, one in 2011 and one in 2018. So you can actually look at the evolution of the different components of your external competitiveness, going from technology to access to market, to scale, to competition, etc., and how it has varied through the years. The picture that you get in the end is that of course, as we've seen, there is a systematic divergence between the external competitiveness and the Ricardian comparative advantage, which is not in itself internal competitiveness, because internal competitiveness is an absolute thing. You are better than you used to be in terms of performance, but it is the gate through which productivity gets and technological ability gets into external competitiveness. Actually, in the data that I've shown you, and if you serve the different countries, you can see that there are situations in which a strong technological comparative advantage is there, even though you don't get any extra kick in terms of the ability to export. Now, we are working on this. We want to understand this better because this is quite striking, and that's why I'm highlighting it. And we put a question mark on this. If you take the textile sector in Europe, it seems to be very productive. But at the same time, we know that we're not great exporters of textile to the rest of the world, which may simply speak to the fact that factor prices are much higher here. There are situations in which you have a strong strong external competitiveness in sectors that are not particularly good in relative terms in terms of technology. And here there is a list. Again, we have to check. I have highlighted this, so it's more sort of provoking reactions than actually believing at the moment in all these results. So it seems that the Germans are not very good in producing cars. So this is probably something that has to be fixed. But so the general picture is of this systematic divergence. Something interesting is also that when you look at the evolution of sectors through the years, it is not necessarily the case that sectors in which you getting better than before automatically become better exporters than before. And so this happens, for example, for non-CCC countries. It's 65% of the sectors that have enjoyed an improvement in their productivity are also associated with more exports in relative terms than before, so an increase in export specialization, less in the case of the CCC's countries. So the conclusions, rather than being really a conclusion period, they're opening up a possible discussion, but actually representing where we are at the moment with the project with Marco and Filippo. That is, we think that we have data that allow us to look at aspects that were not easily accessible before. We have this framework that does not require us to go through complicated analysis of econometric models, or even more. We did some too many years ago, but with Filippo, we did some work in the past in which you take these big structural mathematical models, you calibrate to data, and through the inversion of the model, you arrive at putting numbers on the technological frontier that are compatible with what you see in the data. So here it's much more direct, and much more parsimonious. So we stop here.
Thank you very much. I think we are out of time, but it was a great presentation. As I said, it's work in progress. Please provide comments if any. Presentation will be public very soon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Ottaviano, for the very insightful keynote presentation. We shall now immediately start with session 1 of the paper presentations, chaired by Lawrence Chambry from Fraser Institute and formerly the Bank of Canada.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm grateful to Filippo for inviting me to participate in this conference. It was a pleasure to help organize, and I'm extremely grateful to the Central Bank of Malta and the National Statistical Agency here in Malta as well for generously hosting the conference. It's really a pleasure to be back at the Central Bank of Malta. I've been here several times in the past, and it's always a great pleasure to be back. As Filippo mentioned, my father's of a Maltese extraction, so I have a very sympathetic view of being here. So glad to be here. So let's please get started. And so the first presentation for this session, which I think is going to be very interesting, is by Gianmarco Cariola from the Bank of Italy. And the title of the presentation is Inputs in Geopolitical Distress, Risk Assessment Based on Microdata. Gianmarco. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. So it's better if the chair and the discussants of this session and the other presenter go over there. And so please, Tommaso, Vighelli, Aurelia, and Carlo Altomonte can go in front together with Lawrence. I will take care of the and you will have the timing tags over there.
Okay. Yeah, 2 minutes is fine. Okay, thanks a lot, everyone, for having me here. You probably noticed that the title has changed, but I promise it's the same paper. We just changed a little bit the title and some of the content, but the main structure is there. This paper is actually the product of a policy work that involved the cooperation between several central banks, not just the Bank of Italy, but also others. And of course, the usual disclaimers apply. The views expressed here are those of the authors and not of the institutions that they represent. Okay. The starting point of our paper is that, at least in policy circles, there is a growing attention to the risks coming from excessive foreign dependencies. And the reason is that in the past few years, we saw a lot of different shocks that kind of worried the policymakers. We saw shortages of medical goods at the very beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Subsequently, we saw also some kind of supply chain disruptions that created trouble in international production networks. There was, of course, the massive energy crisis following the Russian invasion of Ukraine that hit quite differently different countries, depending on their degree of exposure to Russian imports. For example, Italy and Germany were the most affected countries. And in general, there is some kind of geopolitical trouble and increasing risk of fragmentation. So some policymakers, both at the European level, but also I would say at the global level, are started asking the question, how disruptive would it be a sudden stop in the supply of key inputs? And that's also what we are trying to answer. Last year, several national central banks within the Eurosystem and also, of course, the Bank of Italy tried to make some surveys about the dependence on critical inputs coming from abroad and in particular critical inputs from China. Here I show the results of one of those surveys. Actually, this is an ECB survey on large firms. Which is not clearly representative of the overall European economy because these are mainly large firms, also multinational. But still, it's quite interesting that if you look at the Instagram, around 40% of the surveyed firms on average declare that they are dependent on some kind of input coming from China in different ways, input from their own plants, suppliers, and so on and so forth. And the number is actually higher if you look at manufacturing only. I'm not showing it here, but these firms were also asked how difficult would it be to diversify in case there were some shock, and the answer was that it would be quite difficult. So that's kind of motivating evidence to check what would happen in case of a shock. What we are trying to do in this paper, starting from these policy concerns, is first of all, we try to identify foreign critical inputs for 5 European countries for which we have microdata, namely Belgium, France, Italy, Slovenia, and Spain. We try to provide some stylized facts about firms importing critical inputs, and then we calibrate a parsimonious but not too simplistic partial equilibrium firm level framework in order to assess what would be the impact of a cut in the supply of these inputs from the certain specific countries. In particular, we are interested in China-aligned countries that are defined based on geopolitical proximity index. The result is that the impact is not small, but very heterogeneous at the first sector, region, and country level. I don't want to bother you too much with the literature. This is just to say that we are not the first people to think about this issue. In particular, in the past few years, for the reasons that I mentioned at the very beginning, there were a few papers focusing on these kind of vulnerabilities. There is a strand of literature that goes very in detail into excessive dependencies from foreign inputs, but usually does not take into account too much what is going on. I mean, what are the firms and the industries that import this kind of inputs? A second strand of the literature is a more, CGE style literature that usually takes into account the overall input-output structure of the economy. So it provides a more general equilibrium framework, but at the same time, these kind of models are usually very aggregated, both at the product and the industry level, so they do not take into account the granularity of the shock and also heterogeneity in the exposure to the shock at the firm level. We try to bridge the gap, building a partial equilibrium framework that is rich enough to do some impact evaluation and at the same time provide heterogeneity in firm level exposure. So let's try to start from definitions. What are foreign critical inputs for us? Actually, there is not a straightforward way to define foreign critical inputs. It's something that at the policy level has been done in the past few years. We consider foreign critical inputs products that are basically enter into one of these three characteristics. First of all, those inputs that are included by the US Census in the list of advanced technology products. Inputs and raw materials that are considered key for the green transition according to the IRC Trade Expert Network, and inputs for which the EU experiences an important level of foreign dependencies according to the European Commission criteria. As you can see, the first two definitions are about the inherent characteristics of the product that are either key for some advanced technology or key for the green transition. The third one is not so much about the product itself. It's about the fact that the product is not easily found within the European Union. There are, I mean, this four independence is based on some indexes of concentration, availability, substitutability. So it's basically a list of products. In the end, based on these three criteria, we get a list of around 600 products at the 6-digit level. This slide is just to say how many products of these foreign critical inputs are imported from each country. You can clearly see that the main supplier is China, not surprisingly, followed by the USA, Switzerland, the UK, and some other countries. Okay, given that we have defined a list of around 600 products, what we do next is matching this FCI list with firm level foreign transaction and balance sheet data for the 5 countries under analysis. And we find some stylized facts that we can use in order to motivate the impact assessment that we do. The first point is that there are around 34,000 manufacturing firms importing FCIs in the 5 countries under analysis, and 20,000 of them come from China-line countries. Maybe this definition of China-line countries is not well specified. I will come back to it later. Secondly, FCI importers account for around 70% of the manufacturing value added of the 5 countries under analysis, Belgium, France, Italy, Spain, and Slovenia. The share of exposed firms is higher for large firms, and of course, large firms represent most of the value added that is exposed to such critical inputs. FCIs at the same time account for a relatively small share of firm level imports with a lot of heterogeneity. The average imports share is 6%, but the median is just 1%. And finally, the diversification of sourcing seems to be limited, meaning that the large majority of firms does not import one of these critical inputs from more than one country. But again, there is a lot of heterogeneity at the firm level, and in particular, we see that the large importers, not surprisingly, I would say, tend to be more diversified and so less vulnerable to a potential shock. Finally, firms importing FCIs are larger and more productive. This is, of course, very related to the fact that it's a well-established fact that importing firms tend to be larger. But at the same time, if we do some sample selection, for example, we select only extra EU firms that are, firms importing from extra EU countries that are, of course, larger than importers from the European Union in general, this kind of size and productivity premium remains. And it might be also the case that it's related to the fact that these firms have maybe more complex production processes, but this is just an hypothesis. So the 6 stylized facts that I just showed basically give the intuition that there is really a lot of heterogeneity at the firm level. So if we want to make some thought experiment in the spirit of what would happen if, for example, China and other countries cut supplies of certain inputs, we need to take into account this kind of heterogeneous exposure to the shock. So when we were asked to do some impact assessment, basically we relied on a very simple partial equilibrium framework that allowed us to take into account that kind of heterogeneity. In particular, we draw heavily from Bachmann and co-authors, and in our modeling framework, we assume that each firm produces output with a very simple Cobb-Douglas technology, combining capital, labor, intermediate inputs, where the production function exhibits cost and returns. So alpha is the share of capital, beta is the share of labor, and y minus alpha minus beta is the share of intermediate inputs. Intermediate inputs themselves are a CES aggregate of 2 different bundles. FCIs that you see FCI in the function, and X, which is all the other inputs, or the inputs that are non-critical. Here the parameters of relevance are gamma, which is the initial share of FCIs, and sigma, which is the elasticity of substitution between FCIs and non-FCIs. And you can also see between brackets epsilon, which is the shock that we are going to impute to our model in order to check how different shocks affect production, and in particular, we are interested in value added. In particular, after some boring algebra, you can see that the effect on value added, the change in value added following a shock epsilon, is actually the function of very few parameters in this framework. In particular, the red part, which is the share of intermediate inputs, and the parameters in blue, in the blue part of the equation, that are gamma, the share of FCIs, sigma, the elasticity of substitution, and of course epsilon, which is the size of the shock. Then, starting from firm level value added changing, you can aggregate them up at different levels of aggregation, sector, region, country, and so on. And the aggregation is based on value added weights. Of course, I understand that this model is very simple. It's a partial equilibrium model where prices are held fixed. It abstracts from any adjustment through domestic suppliers and also any spillover effects on downstream suppliers, because we do not have the data for that. It might change in the following months. But still, we think that at least for a very short run policy experiment, this model provides a good framework because it's very simple, and it allows a very straightforward calibration with data that usually central bank researchers have, like we do. So the shock that we're going to apply to this model is actually made of two components, risk and cut. Risk is basically the firm level exposure to the shock, which is the share of foreign critical inputs that is sourced from the countries that we are going to assume are going to cut the supply. In this case, we assume that it's going to be China-aligned countries, where China-aligned countries is not something that we came up with. We based this definition based on a paper that was developed by Dan Best and other people at the ECB, and it's an indicator of geopolitical proximity that basically varies between 0 and 1, and it's the synthesis of many different indicators, like, for example, purchases of weapons, sanctions, voting patterns of the UN, and so on and so forth. So basically risk, again, to reiterate, is the firm level exposure of the firm to the shock, while cut is basically a measure of the intensity of the shock. Our baseline value is going to be equal to 0.5, which allows for different combinations of shock size and substitution. For example, a cut of 0.5 might mean that there is a 50% drop in the supply coming from the shock countries, or like a 100% drop in supply and 50% substituted with foreign critical inputs from non-shock countries. In the end, the cut is just a measure of intensity. The calibration of the model is pretty easy. We use microdata for 2019 for the 5 countries that we took into account. We basically need 3 parameters. Gamma, which is again the share of FCIs that comes from foreign transaction and balance sheet data at the firm level. Risk, which is the exposure to the shocked countries that comes from foreign transaction data, and 1 minus alpha minus beta, that is the share of intermediates and comes from industry official statistics. We did that at the industry level and not at the firm level to reduce the noise, but in principle, you could also do it at the firm level. One crucial parameter here that is, of course, unobservable to us, at least directly unobservable, is the elasticity of substitution between inputs that are FCIs and non-FCIs. Theoretically, this parameter can vary. In practice, what the firms that we surveyed, both at the Bank of Italy and other central banks, told us is that usually, at least in the short run, the parameters is probably low, because most firms declared that it would not be easy, at least in the months immediately after the shock, to substitute away from the inputs whose supply was cut. Let's go and see some results, starting from the aggregate value-added drop by country. Here, for example, we report the aggregate value-added change across countries with a cut being equal to 0.5, 50% supply reduction, you can imagine. Of course, of only these foreign critical inputs as a function of the elasticity of substitution, ranging from 0 to 0.2. Of course, as you can imagine, the higher the elasticity of substitution, the lower the impact of the shock, because firms more easily substitute away from the shocked inputs. At the same time, if you look, for example, at the lowest value of the elasticity of substitution, which is the worst case scenario, you will see an aggregate impact on value added ranging between -3 and -2%, which is manageable, but not small, I would say. The interesting thing of this quantification study, I think, is not so much the aggregate number, but what's behind the aggregate number, because these numbers hide a very high degree of heterogeneity at the firm level. For example, here, we can see the the firm level distribution of the value added drop, assuming a cut of 0.5 and sigma being equal to 0. And you see that basically for all countries, the distribution of the value added drop is bimodal, meaning that there is a bulk of firms that experience relatively small value added changes, and a bulk of firms that experiences very large value added changes. And the reason behind this result is that, it's, of course, you might ask, why don't we see that in the aggregate? And the reason is that firms experiencing very high value-added changes are usually small firms. I mean, small importers that are not small firms, but still small relatively to other importers. And this is very clear if you aggregate the value-added change by size. Basically, if you go from the left to the right of the figure, you are going from large to small firms. And on the y-axis, you always have the average value-added change following the shock. Here you can see quite clearly that for all countries, there is an inverse relationship between the impact of the shock and the size of the firm. The reason is related to what I was mentioning before when I was presenting the stylized effects, that smaller importers tend to be less diversified. So even if we see a relatively small impact in the aggregate, there's going to be a lot of heterogeneity, and a large number of firms are projected to be hit quite a lot, which is, of course, interesting from a political economy perspective, if you think about it. Of course, the fact that firms are heterogeneous in their exposure to the shock allows us to aggregate and to show the results at different levels of aggregation. For example, here I aggregated at the sectoral level, and I'm showing the 5 most severely affected sectors: electrical equipment, chemicals, machinery, computers, and basic metals. And you can clearly see that even within the same affected sector, countries are hit quite differently from the shock. And this leads me to probably what is, to me, probably the most interesting result. That is, the heterogeneity is quite pronounced also at the regional level. Here, for example, in this nice map, you see, nice because I did, well, of course, you might also think that it's not nice, but still I think it is. You see the value added drop in the baseline scenario, which is the same as before, cut 0.5 sigma equal to 0 by region. Dark blue means that the region is more affected, larger than 3%, and then lighter blue means that it's less affected. I think it's very nice to check this map because it quite clearly shows that the effects at the regional level are going to depend, of course, on some kind of concentration economies. It's no wonder that Lombardy, for example, in the Italian case, is more severely affected than Sicily or Calabria because, of course, there is going to be a lot of manufacturing, a lot of trade exposure, and so on and so forth. So we're not surprised about that. But still, there are some idiosyncratic characteristics at the regional level For example, look at Marche. Marche, some of you might know it. It's in the eastern part. It's the small region in the eastern part of the country, the northern one. The dark blue one in the south is Basilicata, which is another thing. Marche is very severely affected, not because it's a very large industrial region, but simply because it's super specialized in electrical equipment, which is very exposed to the shock. So from a policy perspective, it's interesting that the most affected regions are not just super industrialized regions, but also some, let's say, more peripheral regions that at the same time have very specific sectoral specialization patterns. Then finally, and then I think I will go directly to the concluding remarks, let me just mention that it's important using microdata, not just because microdata allow us to take into account all these dimensions along which we have heterogeneity, but because calibrating a model, even if it's as simple as the one that I just presented at the firm level, is different with respect to calibrating it at the industry level. And the reason is that the firm level shocks here are going to depend to firm level exposure to the foreign, let's say, to the foreign shock, while the aggregation is based on value added. So if most affected firms are low value added firms, like it's the case, for example, for Italy, large part of the shock is going to disappear when you aggregate, while if you calibrate at the industry level, you're going to overestimate. The opposite is going on when, of course, there is maybe some large importer that is very exposed to the shock, which is probably the case for France, I think. Anyways, I don't have. I think I'm almost done with my time. So let me just remark that in this paper we identify vulnerable inputs and exploit the microdata in order to provide the risk assessment that you just saw. The impact is sizable, especially if there are strong complementarities in the production function at the firm level. It's interesting that the production function at the firm level is not a production function in the aggregate. That's something to think about, I think. There is a lot of heterogeneity, especially relevant when it comes to small versus large firms, which is less versus more diversified firms. And then, of course, we highlighted the most exposed firms, sectors, regions, and countries, and remark that microdata are useful in the spirit of CompNet in order to properly assess this kind of exposures. And it was also very useful for us to cooperate with other central banks because I think it benefited our analysis with higher external validity and gave us access with more to more data. And I think I'm done.
Thanks very much, Marco.
Thanks to you.
Well done in the meantime, right? So it's really, you were very fast on the empirical part and descriptive part, but I really recommend you all to have a read at that because there is much more and really interesting to read it. So, and I cannot even imagine the effort and the work to collect and to work with data for 5 different countries. This is not my things. Okay, yes, that's it. Okay, so as I mentioned, right? So this is no, sorry. Can you go back? I can. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I was mentioning, right? So this is the perfect paper that we like at the CompNet conference because it has cross-country data, a cross-country comparison, novel data, and extremely policy relevant topics. So really, thank you and well done. Let me summarize a bit what this paper does. So we start from, we know that there is, I call geopolitical risk. There is high geopolitical risk, meaning that it's more difficult and let's say the world is less globalized probably than how it used to be years ago. So it's more difficult to import from some countries, and it's also in particular is more difficult to import some input that are critical for green transition and technological development. Let's think about nickel, right? And which is important for chips and for many of the the input that we need for technological development. Now, as we know, European Union is quite scarce of these natural resources. So this paper provides some inputs on what would happen if European countries are face shortage of these FCIs. So this paper is a cross-country studies with 5 European countries, and it has a bulk of the descriptive evidence plus a model. The findings are that actually there is a large share of manufacturing value added that is is exposed to potentially exposed to foreign shortage of foreign critical input, in particular because those foreign critical input are coming from China or China-aligned countries. Of course, right? Those foreign critical inputs are natural resources, so there is little room for diversification because are very concentrated in a few countries, and is also important because big and most productive firms are the most exposed. And of course, and then as we have just seen, right, there is this paper quantify the value added loss of this shortage, and in particular of a shortage of 50% of these FCIs. So this is my first comment, right? Because when I read the paper and when I jumped to the conclusion, I read that, reduction of 50% in foreign critical inputs leads to manufacturing value added loss from 2 to 3%, meaning 0.6, 0.9 GDP point. So I wonder, and of course I have on back of my mind that this is really important topic, but I think you can do probably a better job in motivating why is and how big is this problem. Is this really a lot? Is this really realistic to face a 50% drop in foreign critical inputs? And I have a suggestion, right? So you use 2019 data, and I understand that because 2019 is the last year before COVID, but you can make the effort to get data for 23 and tell us how different is the situation compared to 2019. Because if I think at 2019, I think a completely different world. And I think, I would be interested to see how different looks like your descriptive evidence. And in particular, and I will come back to this later, in terms both of price and quantity. So you tell us in the aggregate how the import volume is. I would like to see also price and quantity. I will come back later. And then if you make this effort, I think it's worth to get 23 data. I would be interested to see what happened to the more exposed firms, right? So are they quitting? Are they shrinking? Are they changing product portfolio, moving to less exposed products, meaning also less providing less technological development? And so I would be interested to see that. Then comment number 2, and we know that big firms are typically part of business groups. And we know that, and business part of multinationals. And I would be interested to see how your descriptive evidence looks differently when we are talking about European companies owned by or with a relationship with in a multinational relationship with, for example, Chinese business groups. Because I can imagine, right, that they may have, for example, access to more input, and this would create for them a competitive advantage to operate in European market with cheaper or more FCIs. And I'm telling you that because nowadays, even in 2023, there are evidence that foreign direct investment between, I had data for Germany, but between Germany and China are on the rise. So there is much going on there, and I would like to, you can provide some, especially with the data you have, I think you can provide us some, to see some evidence and some heterogeneities there, right? So what happened for firms with in a relationship with Chinese firms or not. Especially, right, because not all the firms importing foreign critical input are equally exposed. And second comment, as I said, right, I would be interested to see if you use the program survey, you probably have also not only the total volume, but also price and quantity. I would like to see a disentangle between price and quantity. Why? Because I think that also the policy response to this shortage, right? We are talking nowadays about industrial policy. I think the policy response is different. If we see that firms are facing a shortage in terms of quantity, or as simply they are paying higher prices. And then I think I'm almost done. Just as more, right, you make this tremendous effort in collecting data for cross-country in 5 countries. I would like to, if you can add a few paragraphs on telling us why you observe, for example, it seems to me that Slovakia is not much, is less exposed, is less, the impact on Slovakia is less than other countries. Why? For example, I can imagine because there are heterogeneities also in the manufacturing value added share across this country, in terms also of how much the share of high-tech manufacturing is different across those countries. So you can add a paragraph on that, and that's it. So again, really let me really congratulate. That's a great paper, and we learn a lot. And I think there is good luck for this paper.
Thanks. No, it's related to something that I think the first comment Tommaso made, which is on the sides. Basically, you have in your, if I remember correctly, in your intermediate function, you have this foreign critical inputs are separable and additive. Why probably, or almost for sure, if they are critical, they enter in a Leontief type of relation. I mean, if you lack one of those, you're not going to substitute them that easily. It's actually something that you model later on. But then I wonder why you have an intermediate functions which is separable, and then you have to plug in the sigma, send it to 0 to have it Leontief, and then add this cut thing. I mean, just make it Leontief on the first place and end of the story, and then you probably get more reasonable sizes. I mean, that's what we did when we were trying to estimate the impact of potential gas shortages on Europe with Russia. I mean, we had to work through Leontief sort of type of technologies, because otherwise, at least in the short term, you know, it's Leontief, especially for small firms. So just do it straight away and don't go through all this, you know, additional computation that maybe then have an impact on a downward impact on the overall gross value added that you're going to estimate.
Okay. Is there another question?
I mean, I had the opposite comment actually, right? I mean, I think Leontief is actually nested in the way that they set up the models. So it's just a parameter choice. And my question is actually, when you ask companies, right, they always think everything's Leontief. And actually, one of the big insights from Beckman and co-authors was we thought if we cut off gas from Germany, it's going to be the end of Europe. And in the end, things went well. But because companies tend to underestimate how easy it is to substitute between inputs. So is that something that you should take into account? That's question one. Question two is, you've not really talked about horizons here. And my impression is that the longer the horizons that we're looking at, the higher these elasticities of substitutions get. Yeah. So my question is your paper mainly a call to action for directed technological change to move towards higher elasticities of substitution? And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. I think I will take, I will start from the last two questions because they are actually related. I mean, well, first of all, the reason why we did not do Leontief, but we did something like a more complicated framework and then turned it into Leontief is exactly what Martin was saying, that in the end we are a bit uncertain about the size of the parameters, because if you ask Italian, but I think also German firms, 90% of them are going to say, if you cut me out of this good, I'm gonna die. But actually, that's, I mean, I'm not saying that it's not the case, but it's possible that it's an overestimation. The second thing is that when you do something that goes into, because I mean, this is a working paper, but it was also in it was also in Relazione Annuale last year at the Bank of Italy. So people are going to ask you, okay, but are you sure about the size of these parameters? You are going to show the results for many different values of the parameters and show how they change and how sensitive they are. And concerning the time horizon, yes, exactly. I mean, another reason why we thought that it was interesting to change the elasticity of substitution, given that we don't have an estimate for that, was that if you think about sigma being equal to 0, you are probably going to think about something very short term, like 1 week, 1 month, 3 months. Then who knows what is short term and what is not short term. But in the end, you are looking at short term impacts. If you think about sigma being higher, probably you are looking at a situation, I don't know, after 1 year, 1 year and a half, when you already had the time to substitute away from those inputs. So in a way, changing sigma, the fact that we have a range of values for sigma is on the one hand time variation in the time framework. On the other hand, it's uncertainty about the parameter itself. Then, of course, Tommaso made a great discussion that I think, I will ask him the slides later on, and we will take everything into account. Just a few random thoughts that came to my mind while I was listening. First of all, how big is 50%? Is this realistic? Well, we don't know. Actually, you can, our starting point when we wrote the very first version of this stuff was being a little bit more restrictive about the products that we included in the list of shocked products, because we took into account only the third bullet point of the 3 that you have seen, so externally dependent products, but impose a shock of 100%. Of course, you can play with this stuff, or you can change it. We don't know if 50% is big, but in the end, it's a 50%. A 50% shock applied only on a relatively small subset of countries. Of course, China is there, so it's not small, but it's not all countries, and it's just 600 products in the end. So is it big? I don't know. For sure, it's not small. Comparing 2023 to 2019, I'm not sure we can do it right now, but probably we will be able to do it at some point later on. The kind of shock that we are looking at, of course, after COVID, everything changed, and there was a lot of stuff. I also have a paper on COVID when I showed that there is some persistency in firms dropping some products in some specific destinations and so on and so forth. But maybe this can be justifying evidence, but the shock that we're looking for right now maybe something bigger in case the decoupling actually happens. Taking into account ownership linkages is for sure very interesting, because here we might imagine that the shock varies, is heterogeneous. Instead of having a 50% shock for everyone, we have heterogeneous shocks depending on ownership. My question is, my question to myself, first of all, is should we assume that the shock is larger or is smaller if the firm has a foreign affiliate in China, for example? Because on the one hand, you might say, well, it has an already established firm relationship, so maybe the impact on value added is smaller. But on the other hand, if there is actually a shock and a firm is heavily dependent on Chinese inputs because it has foreign affiliates in China that supply those inputs, maybe the impact of value added is going to be even larger. So I don't know. That's for sure something to think about, but I'm not sure where is the direction of the bias that we're looking for here. It probably requires more thought. And finally, price versus quantity. Of course, I mentioned it in caveats here. It's partial equilibrium. Prices are fixed. We're looking at the super short run. So I understand the point. Of course, we will need to change the model. That's something we might do because it's not impossible, I think. And I think it would be really interesting to look at that. I don't know if I forgot anything or I already. It's okay. Perfect.
Thank you. So, moving on to the second paper by Aurelia Preston, that the title is Transmission of Trade Shocks Across Countries from COVID-19 crisis.
Okay. Right. So hello everyone, and it's my pleasure to be here. Thanks for the organizers for including this paper onto the program. So far, I've been enjoying Malta very much, and this conference also looks great. So looking forward for the remaining presentations as well. So this joint work is with my two colleagues in the Bank of Latvia, Konstantins, and Bank of Estonia, Janika. So of course, the usual disclaimer applies, and the views do not represent the views of the central bank. It's only of ours, and also do not belong to the euro system. Right. So the motivation for this paper, of course, came at the peak of the crisis, COVID-19 pandemics, when the trade flows started dropping considerably, mostly due to anti-COVID measures taken by various states. The global value chains started breaking down, causing a decline, huge declines in international trade volumes, as well as economic activities in the countries. And then we thought, okay, that really is not a nice event for the society, for the humanity as such, but that gives a nice experiment to the economists, to the researchers, to actually look a bit deeper into these complicated mechanisms of global value chains and trying to understand a bit how the shocks are propagating within the system, and what could we expect not only from this COVID-19 shock, but of any potential global value or international trade shocks in the future. Unfortunately, many more of those came later on. So we also we're the three representatives in the three Baltic states, and we thought, yeah, indeed, our economies, our countries make it a great playground or experiment field to analyze our countries, just because Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia are all three super open economies. Yeah, the export shares are close to 80–90% of the GDP. So if you add it with imports, that's way above what GDPs are estimated. And then the small scale of those countries, of our countries, also doesn't allow for the substitution of, say, input suppliers if the supply chain breaks, or replacing the customers with domestic customers when the borders close and there's no way to trade with the rest of the world. And then, as I've mentioned, or wanted to mention actually, so that COVID-19 pandemics is not the unique example of global value chains related shock, and the Russian war in Ukraine and then related sanctions and after sanctions produce similar disruptions in global value chains. So hopefully this paper is not only about COVID, but also about some other events in the world, and that can teach us something. So just to give you a quick glance into the what the trade flows in the Baltics looked like in this 2019-2020. So of course, both imports and exports dipped quite a bit. And then, well, as a next step, then we look, okay, so what has the literature done so far, and where do we stand, or where we would place ourselves in there. So of course, in a more general sense, we belong to this input-output linkages literature, probably started by Samoglu et al., who showed that, well, the industry structure, cross-firm relationships actually play an important role in the macro effects, and so these networks and how the firms and sectors are interlinked, they are informative of what the macro outcomes for the countries would be. But then, of course, the COVID-19 shock analysis literature started growing considerably. The very first models and papers that showed up, of course, were at the aggregate country level data, because only that data was available. And then the major focus was on the aggregate macro effects. What is the impact of COVID shock, whether it's a supply or a demand phenomenon, etc. Then when more data started accumulating, researchers started delving deeper into the sectoral level analysis, and then try to understand, okay, so which sectors were more affected. And well, some results that, of course, services were more affected. The sectors which didn't get the state support, fiscal measures, they were more affected. Sectors in which the remote work was impossible or unavailable were more affected by the shock. Of course, that's all quite intuitive, but these things needed to be documented. Then when even more data occurred, then product level models showed up, different diff style models, looking into which types of products suffered more or less in this environment. And then it seemed that lower complexity products with a higher reliance on unskilled labor, products with China being a dominant supplier were the ones that actually experienced their largest drops in the aftermath of this COVID-19. And then where do we stand? There is yet one more substream of literature on the firm level papers, also using different dips approach, similar to what we do. And quite a few papers, quite a few authors analyzing Portuguese, Spanish, French firm level data. And it seems that the major focus so far has been whether this integration or participation in global value chains helped the firms to survive the shock better, or maybe actually that was more detrimental on their activity. And actually the opinions differ quite a bit, not the opinions, sorry, the results could differ quite a bit, because there is some evidence that some certain firms, something like in Portuguese, so that the impact was stronger for larger firms and those more integrated into global value chains. So in some sense, those global players or globally integrated firms suffered more, while some other papers, such as I think Portuguese, such as Spanish data, they say that, okay, global value chains actually helped the manufacturers to deal with the shock better because they could diversify their inputs or demand to where they sell their products. So even though it's an interesting bunch of papers, it seems that this variety of the result actually calls for somewhat different analysis, not only associating this with global value chains, but looking a bit deeper. And hopefully that's what we do. So we ask not only how the COVID-19 related shocks affected the firms in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, but also try to delve deeper a bit into the mechanism, what happened there. And so we use this firm level international trade in goods data from the 3 Baltic countries for the 2019-2020. And we proceed in a different diffs flavor, at least model approach, and we track the effects of lockdowns in the supplier countries or lockdowns in the destination of countries to track how the importers and exporters respectively were affected. So, well, the supply shock is identified using the previous studies. You can see that. And then it's like a natural disaster type of shock because we believe that this 2020 shock was indeed unexpected and could be treated as a random event. And then we distinguish between the upstream shocks, so shocks in the import origin countries, and the downstream shocks in export destination countries, and try to study the mechanism in there. We look into the intensive and extensive margin, price, and quantity effects, as well as some heterogeneity across the firms, trying to understand what's happening deep down there. So the preview of the results, of course, we document the negative effects of COVID-19 shocks. This is both for internationally trading firms in manufacturing and trade sectors. So we don't see a large, at least qualitatively different results for the two big sectors. Then we do see that most of the effect comes via the intensive but not extensive margin. And this intensive margin is mostly via the quantities imported, not the price channel. And then we don't see, again, quantitatively different effects between upstream and downstream effects. So I'll show you some estimates of the economic effects, and they look pretty similar. We do find some evidence that firms participating in GVCs suffered a bit less, but well, that's not one of our major main results. At least we don't think that's a major focus should be going there. And then we find some evidence that firms with more differentiated products suffered more. So what do? We take the 3 Baltic countries firm level monthly frequency data. We have the imports and exports of those countries split by partner, so source or destination country, and we have a very granular product level. So initially, and that's 8-digit HS classification. We aggregated a bit to 6 digits to avoid some problems with reclassification. And then my colleagues in Latvia and Estonia, they only had not only the values of the trade, but also the volumes. So for Lithuania, this information had to be imputed, but given that, again, our results ultimately do not differ that much qualitatively, I think we did a great job, not a bad job for Lithuania as well. And then we use this 2019-2020 to focus on the pre-COVID year and then the first wave of COVID, because we believe that afterwards what came out in 2021 could already be expected and could be contaminated with some anticipation effects. And then in the results that I will be presenting, manufacturing and trade sectors are being looked at together, since we found no major qualitative difference between the sectors, even though we started the analysis with manufacturing firms and trade firms separately, believing that those should be having some different behaviors and different reactions. So just a glance at the descriptive statistics in the 3 countries for you to understand, what are we dealing with. So you can see the number of import flows and export flows that we are analyzing. These are proportional to the size of the countries. Then, well, we have values of trade, average values of trade flows in imports and exports. If you check the employment line, of course, these are not large countries in the very conventional international, let's say, definitions, but being between 40 and 50 employees, well, that's a medium-sized firm for, again, the size of our countries. And then, yeah, we have on average 4 products for the firm and destination country on average being traded, and then around 3 products for the exporting part. Other than pure numbers, I just wanted to say that the 3 countries look pretty similar. So again, I wouldn't expect finding many differences there. And as you will see in the results, indeed, they are quite similar with each other. And then when I will be using the upstream shock concept, then I will be having in mind the foreign suppliers. So basically what is happening in our import markets or the markets from which we are importing. And then if I'm talking about the downstream shocks, then we are checking about the COVID-19 restrictions measures being taken in the foreign countries, potentially restricting the exports from Lithuania, Latvia, or Estonia. And of course, domestic conditions are also taken into account, because the lockdowns domestically could also play a role in how much the firm is able to import, produce, and then export. So on the COVID-19 measures, we rely on Oxford Stringency Index of Workplace Closure, and that has an index varying between 0 and 3, 0 meaning no measures, 3 meaning the country is almost closed, except of very, very essential services or very, very essential businesses that are allowed to function. And then despite the fact that the COVID, well, we all know happened in March 2020 in Europe, there is still some heterogeneity about like how quick the countries were to react. And if we take a look into this workplace closure index across the countries represented here are the top 10 trade partners for the 3 Baltics. There is quite a bit of variation across the month there. So we believe that this variation allows us to extract the true shock effects for our specifications. And then in case of importing firms, we will be using at the firm origin dimension, using the workplace closing index values in the import partners weighted by the pre-COVID, so 2019 import weights. For the exporting firms, we will be using firm destination dimension, and we will be relying on those workplace closure index in the destination countries, again weighted by the exports in 2019, so pre-COVID year. So our specification looks the following. On the left-hand side, our dependent variables, so various imports margins, probability to import, the value of imports, number of products per firm and country being imported, mean value of imports per product, unit values or quantity imported, and on the right-hand side, our explanatory variables are these upstream workplace closure index, and the parameter of most interest is there, but then also local COVID-19 cases per 1,000 inhabitants to capture the local domestic conditions together with turnover in the sector where the firm operates and some fixed effects there. So the first result, the probability to import, well, it was affected negatively by the upstream closure measures, but this is not like quantitatively a very large effect, especially if we compare it to the value of imports, and then we see that the upstream indeed had a larger negative effect on the value of imports by all three countries. Then if we take this value of imports, of course conditional on importing, and we try to dissect and delve deeper there, now the results are presented in those bars. The majority of this value effect is actually coming not in the number of products traded, but in the value per product, in average value per product. And by the way, darker or brighter colors actually mean statistically significant effects, and then pale colors mean the effect is statistically insignificant. Then if we take a different approach and we take this value and we try to dissect it into price and quantity effect, then we do see that quantity effect dominates, except for Lithuania, where again, maybe that's my imputational mistakes or noise in the signal there. Then, if we take a very similar regression and we look into how the exports were affected, if we look into the downstream workplace closure index effects, then again, the results look very, very similar. So the probability to export was affected, but that's a tiny minor negative effect, while the value of exports was really like conditional on exporting was a large negative effect. And then again, if we dissect it into how many products, again, average value per product reacted. So it's the average value per product that is dropping mostly. And if we look into the price versus quantity effect, again, quantity effect dominates. So here is the table I promised. That is the economic size of the effect, just because the elasticities are not always informative of comparing one against the other, but that's a clear confirmation of what I told you so far, that indeed the workplace closures were most important in terms of value per partner margin and not the probability of trading. So value of trade, not the probability of trade. And here I think we take the change, hypothetical change of the index from 1 to 3. So basically the stringency of workplace closures going up by quite a bit. Then, okay, so we thought we have these primary results. Let's look, maybe there are some characteristics of the firms that are actually informing and telling us why we have one or another reaction. So we tried many different splits and cuts, and actually we compared firms in manufacturing against trade industries, micro, small, medium, large enterprises. We looked into the very first wave in 2020 spring versus the second half, 2020 autumn. For the second wave of COVID, we did check whether diversification of imports or concentration of imports actually the partner countries matters, whether the share of imports in total turnover, whether broad category of exported products, so consumer products, intermediate products, or capital goods matter, whether the productivity of the firm actually informs us about something, and product differentiation of product complexity, whether they make a role in for our results. And here is a summary table. The arrow down means a negative effect. This tilde means a no statistically significant effect, and the upward arrow meaning a positive effect. And as you can see from the like very, very diverse results, we could only see that, okay, maybe smaller firms are more likely to lose the importing or exporting relationship, as the first line tells us, and less productive firms are also more likely to stop trading with their importers to receive imports or to export their production. But the other signals are very, very scattered, do not vary across a lot vary a lot across the countries, and we do not believe that there is serious information in there. So it's more basically my summary of this slide is, okay, we didn't find any interesting result there. Then we started thinking, okay, so our extensive margin is not that important. Intensive margin is really playing a crucial role in this drop in either imports or exports to the other countries. So what can explain the sticky relationship, as it was coined, I think, by Paul Antras in analyzing the behavior of the firms during the Great Recession? And the idea we had is to look at the product characteristics using the classification of Rauch, saying that, okay, maybe differentiated products, the branded products, as he puts it, maybe are harder to replace. So substitution doesn't happen, and that's because the firms are losing the trade in that product or with the source or the supplier of that product. And as opposed to organized exchange or reference priced, so organized exchange is completely like the products that do not have the brands. It's like, I don't know, grain or oil or some other materials, while reference price products again are some codes of the goods that are not traded on organized exchange, but also they do not carry brands with them. So in a sense, they are more replaceable and more substitutable. And there, our results show that there is some explanation in there, so that differentiated products are indeed more likely to have brought the negative effects after COVID in terms of imports or exports, in terms of value of trade, and that's the bottom panel of the chart. However, there's also some signal or some information, some evidence that sometimes the probability to trade was also more likely to cease with these differentiated products. So that goes against our hypothesis, and we're still thinking how to put these two together. In any sense, I guess I can conclude by stating just that we are here like presenting these key baseline results that we've discovered about the trade after COVID-19 and the three Baltics. We confirmed that both exporters and importers were vulnerable to COVID-19 restrictions, and we document the results. We find no qualitative differences between manufacturing or trade sector firms. Upstream and downstream restrictions were found to be of equally similar importance, or equally responsible for the decline in trade. And then we find that the intensive margin, not the extensive margin, and especially the quantities were dropping way more than the price reactions in there. And then in terms of heterogeneity of the effects, we do find small and low productivity firms that were more likely to lose the trade relationship, but not many more signals over there. And then, yeah, I guess I'm good to. Oh, 2 minutes still. Okay, so I saved on some time for the questions. That's even better news. So we thought, okay, going forward, probably we should be thinking about, okay, what lies in behind this mechanism. So why do we have this not extensive but intensive margin playing a role? So even thinking about some sort of structural model trying to explain these facts, and then of course the next avenue for the future is to look into the medium to long run adjustments, because, well, the differences and the substitutability of the products and the substitutability of the trade relationships should be different there. But okay, I'm looking forward to the comments of everyone and to the questions from the audience as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, let me greet all of you. Pleasure being here. And also, let me say that it's been a pleasure reading the paper. It's very straightforward, very to the point, very logic in its evolution. So, and on a very timely and important topic, looking at the risk of trade disruptions and shocks to trade that might affect the current state of affairs. Now, let me summarize the paper with some of the main results, and then I will comment on those, and then I will bring forward some possible improvements to the analysis that allow us to gather more evidence. So in terms of main results, of what we see from the paper is that we have an adjustment to the COVID shock through the intensive margin rather than the extensive one. This is something not new. I mean, actually, this is a comforting result in a way, because this is what we all expect. We also see that quantity played a more important role in the adjustment process rather than prices. This is also something that has been found in the literature, although here there's a bit of heterogeneity at the country level that I would like to see more discussed and explained. Both upstream and downstream restrictions seem to play an equally important role in the decline of foreign trade. That's another point on which there is a bit of discussion in the literature. There has been a little discussion in the literature. While, which I think is interesting and not surprisingly though, differentiated products, which are difficult to replace, are mostly responsible for the adjustment patterns. Overall, the set of results is, in line with what you might expect, both in terms of literature and in terms of the conventional wisdom that one might have. Now, there are, to that extent, the paper confirms some of the results in the reaction of trade to shocks, the Great Recession or natural disasters, to which many in the room, including myself, have contributed. So there's the adjustment in the market space, not in the value traded per market product. The adjustment goes through quantity, and both imports and exports, as I said, mixed results in the literature. There's another set of contribution which I think is more compelling and definitely worth exploring more, which is the dimension of heterogeneity of firms and how that contributes to the reaction of trade shocks. So the one I commented upon on the differentiated products, there is another interesting story that they have. Aurelia didn't have the time to really go into that. Within differentiated products, they explore whether product relationship with the shortest durations are more likely to break, and that's what they find. So that's another interesting point. And then they find a negative relationship looking at firm size between firm size and productivity, which are of course correlated, and shocks at the extensive margin. So basically, the smaller the firm size, the higher the exposure to the shock on the extensive margin, because that's a story of fixed cost that small firms are unable to sort of pay or maintain, and therefore they cut once the trade, especially on the export side, comes away as a source of liquidity. They cut on the financing of those fixed costs. Also, another interesting story that I find is that the role of inventories, and there's a literature on that. And the paper finds that firms that had accumulated more finished product or supplies in 2019, not surprisingly, were less sensitive to restrictions in 2020. And I think, in a way, given the scope of the conference, we should really start thinking again and exploring a bit more this role of inventories as a dampening of shocks. The paper of Gianmarco Cariola, sorry, talks about it in a way, because if you have inventories aside and the dimension of the shock is not so big, probably you can absorb, at least in the short term, most of the story. So in a way, I really encourage people to start working a bit more again on measuring how much the role of inventory can go and work in that direction. Now, as I said, there is one dimension of heterogeneity I would like to see a bit more explained. So this story about quantity versus price, the spin of the paper is this is mostly a quantity story, but both on the import side and on the export side, there is a price margin adjustment, and I would like to see a bit more explained here. I think it's just, you cannot just say sort of ignore this. That's a significant heterogeneity there. That's for Estonia, not only for Lithuania, it's at least 50% of the effect. So that's sizable. So you might wonder why this is the case. Now, my main comment is related about, of course, what you really are aiming at, and you already said that. I mean, this is a diff exercise with an immense study approach, right? So you estimate an equation which essentially, I'll say a bit more about the first bullet there. This is the export equation of the paper. So basically, you identify your effect that goes ICT through the variation over time of the IC, the firm destination pair. Now, in the export equation, the paper cannot use time fixed effects because of the synchronous nature of the shock across destination countries. So basically, all the destination countries of the Baltic producers were hit at the same time by the, at least looking at the Oxford stringency indicator. So they couldn't plug time fixed effects here. So basically, what you really identify on is the variation before and after the shock. However, here you can play a bit more with this. I'll try to tell you how. And also, I think there is variation instead across imports because you do have, if I got it correctly, time fixed effects on the import side, probably. Or, I mean, I would like to see whether there is more imports. And why this is the case? Because here, essentially, you see that the product dimension in this estimating equation is embedded in the firm level. So now what you have here, you have the firm with a bundle of products, and then you attach a characteristic of the firm. Now, are you a differentiated exporter, an homogeneous exporter? But what you can do, you can just move to the full product, firm product destination time, and the destination product couple might be heterogeneously affected by time because product destination would be differently affected by the asymmetric role of China. So essentially, if I'm exporting a product to Germany that is linked to a Chinese value chain, that will be differently affected than the same product to Germany that is not linked, that a different product to Germany that is not linked to the Chinese value chain. So the China variation of exposure to the shock that you have showed in Oxford stringency indicator might play an interesting role in identifying your parameter through the product destination dimension. Okay, so that's one main comment which you might want to exploit in order to have a proper time effects in the regression, and that allows you then to identify on the proper destination product time variation. That is the right way of the most complete way to identify the effect. The second thing that you can do with product, and I'm done, is to exploit better or more in detail product characteristics. In Italy, I've played with this with Gianmarco in a paper. INAIL, the Italian Institute for Safety at Work, has produced a very interesting classification of industries based on three characteristics. The probability that you are in social contact while on the work premises, the proximity of the workflow that characterizes the production process, and the level of contact with other people in your industry. So if you are working in the tomato industry in agriculture, probably you have different exposure to restrictions than if you are serving in a restaurant, right? Just to give you the idea. Because you are open air, because there's not so many people around you, while in a closed restaurant, that would be different. So you can have this, I can send it to you, this classification at the industry level, and you can play with this at the product differentiation in order to have a bit more, let's say, identification power in your analysis. And I am done. Thank you.
May I? Just a very quick clarification. Do I understand correctly that your extensive margin is actually on the product level, or is for the products, is not on the firm? Because you know, we got a very different result with our component firm, you know, data set. In our report, we write, in fact, that COVID had, in general, a paramount impact on the extensive and intensive margin in general, apart very small firms or firms which were exporting to non-EU. But this was related to the firms that are actually existing or actually disappearing because of COVID. So that's, but maybe I misread your.
Just a quick clarifying question. These all trading goods that you're talking about, also trading services, trading goods. And I'd be very curious to see, and I know we care a lot about trading goods, but a lot of the growth is in trading services. And you might expect different effects for trading services. I'd be curious if you have the data to do that as well. And whether this is an important part of the trade for your economies.
During COVID, probably supply shock was equally, or if not more important than the demand shock. And in your equation for exports, you control for demand shock, but in imports, you do not control for supply shock or any or demand shock. So is there any intuition behind it? And then second comment, when we distinguish between homogeneous and differentiated goods, your assumption for the homogeneous goods is that they are easily replaced. So then, did you check whether this replacement took place, whether there was increased maybe trade creation and trade destruction for these homogeneous goods, and then this net effect was small? Or thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you for first of all for the good comments and really like some ideas going forward. Then to answer the clarifying question. So Filippo, it's actually on the firm and country level that we see this extensive margin, so not at the product level. So yeah, I think then it's probably like different to your results, right? Because you were saying that you had this at the firm country level, that it's been not breaking, right? Did I understand correctly that you were also having firm and destination or source country margin in your?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Maybe we can discuss it over the coffee. Yeah, and then yeah, trade and services, we would love to have that. No data, unfortunately. Now about this homogeneous versus differentiated. To answer the Tommaso's point. So no, we didn't check, and that's actually yeah, probably we could think about whether there are more relationships if we take these homogeneous goods and I'm thinking out loud how we could run those regressions, but probably we can take a look into there. And then I guess for supply shock and why don't we control for the overall supply conditions, I think we assumed a way that there has been any other supply shock apart from these COVID-19 restrictions. So we thought, okay, we should be just looking into this workplace closures in our model. Yeah, and then one last point on Carlo, you asked like whether we have the fixed effects for the importing firms. No, we don't have it there as well, because as soon as we include it, it wipes away all the significance of our results. So we didn't have it neither in the import nor exports equations. Right. Okay. Thank you.
That was a very good session. I thought the two papers were quite complementary in the sense that they are looking at the impact of shocks to global value chain. They were quite complementary, and they looked at the effects of different global value, the effects of shocks to global supply chains. I think one of the interesting things that perhaps that could be highlighted in the paper is that when we look at, the sanctions coming from geopolitical tensions, those tend to be more permanent in duration. I think this is a point that the earlier questioner Martin made, whereas the COVID shock was really shorter and expected to be shorter in duration. So I think that can help explain perhaps the difference in results across the two papers in terms of, the outlook for the impact on the supply chain. Is it going to be longer lasting, or whether it's going to be shorter, and that could explain some of the difference in the results. So I think we'll stop here, and I think we have a coffee break that lasts till what, 4:30. Okay, great. Thanks very much to the presenters.
I am Massimo Giovannini from the Economic Research Office of Central Bank of Malta. I'll be chairing the second session. So one thing, so as you know, we have put posters in the room behind and in the room next. So when you have time, you can go there in the intervals to discuss with the presenters. So now we would like to invite on the stage Olga Tkaci, Juan Duran Vanegas, Eugenio Miravete, and Massimiliano Pisani. So we will start with the presentation by Olga, which comes from TUD Dresden University of Technology, and she is presenting a paper in which she studies the relationship between intangible capital intensity and between firm wage heterogeneity. And then, following the presentation, Juan Duran Vanegas will discuss the paper.
Hi everyone, my name is Olga. I'm a PhD student at the Technical University of Dresden, and I'm very excited to present you our joint work with Guido Piali today on the intangible intensity and between firm wage inequality. Okay, so most of us still remember the relief we had when we heard about the fact that the vaccine, the anti-COVID vaccine was announced and also became available to all of us. And this was a truly breakthrough in science and innovation, but it was a truly wonderful study case for us. Since mRNA appeared in 2020 or 21, it doesn't really, it hasn't been created with the beginning of the COVID-19, but relied on the intensive research on a huge amount of intangible capital and intangible assets that went into the research, that went into different trials and so on. And so the rapid development of this mRNA is based on decades of intensive research, as I mentioned, and it's also an increasing investment in intangible capital. And since it appeared already in the 90s, and since this mRNA concept and mRNA-based research was a result of many years of intensive research. So we also argue that this is an interesting case for the production that relies on intangible capital. For example, let's start with intellectual property that allowed BioNTech and Pfizer to basically to work intensively on the discovery of the anti-COVID vaccine and to protect its discovery. And in the next, another type of intangible capital relies or is on the organizational capital and brands and training. And of course, when we think of the BioNTech and Pfizer, we think of, we associate BioNTech and Pfizer with excellent research, with innovativeness and so on. And another type of intangible capital that also goes into discovery of this anti-COVID vaccine is, of course, R&D. We do not want to undermine the importance of tangible capital, such as labs or coolers or other refrigerators to transport the vaccine. But the most important or the key factor are, of course, the high-skilled researchers and the investment in different softwares and databases. So all of these are just different types of intangible capital that we argue in our research that provide specific industries a comparative advantage. And besides this, besides the fact that the production increasingly relies on intangible capital, we also argue that for the over past decades, the economic trends are also characterized by another specific factor, which is actually the increase in between firm wage inequality. And We observe over the past decades also this intensive discussion around who are the losers and who are the winners of the increasingly knowledge-based technological change. And while on one side this may be related to different impact of intangible capital on the different occupations, but it also reflects on the fact that between firm wage inequality is increasing. And for example, Crispo et al. To 2020, they show that half of overall dispersion in between firm wages across 14 OECD countries for the period of 20 years is due to this between firm wage dispersion. And we would like to tell you a story about how intangible capital can be related to this dispersion in between firms, and not only for OECD countries, but we combine two data sets. We combine the 90 vintage of CompNet data set with EOCLEM's Intan Pro data set that results in 12 European countries over 20 years. And we studied the impact of intangible capital that we calculate as a combination of different accounts and non-accounts intangible capital types over the gross value added at the country industry year level. And between firm wage inequality, we define as a log 90 to 10 percentile wage ratio, which is nominal labor cost divided by the number of employees. We run, of course, different robustness checks and try to reduce the endogeneity concerns by employing a causal analysis. Finally, to combine the 90 vintage CompNet data set with the EOCLEM's Intan Pro data set, where we have our intangible capital variable, we had to create a concordance table since the CompNet data set provides a more detailed two-digit level industry, while the EOCLEM's aggregates a little bit more, and that's why our sample results in 56 industries, CompNet industries, and 28 EOCLEM's industries. And for the theoretical background, there is a broad consensus regarding the theoretical factors that may drive the impact of the increasing knowledge-based technological change and its impact on the between firm wage inequality. We concentrate on two main theoretical frameworks. First of all, the skill bias technological change, since it can explain why the between firm inequality may increase, since highly skilled workers, such as, for example, the R&D researchers at the BioNTech, will of course concentrate in larger firms that can take advantage, or to put it more in a nicely way, can use the information that this high skilled can provide, and respectively by sorting of the high skilled employees in larger firms that are also highly productive, these firms can increase the gap between between firm wage gap. Also, another theory we use is the technology-based theory that basically explains that with the technological change that can occur, only the larger firms are able to take advantage of this technological shock because they, of course, have the skills, the high-skilled employees and the respective industry. So based on these two theory, we argued that we find a link between intangible intensity and between firm wage inequality. And to give you just some examples, for example, the development in the telecommunication, or not only telecommunication, but general computer science in US can be explained, and it was explained by Dune in 2004 through this increasing concentration of investment in computer technology. And for example, also Caselli provides argues that the revolution in technological change can explain this increase in between firm wage inequality through the fact that high-skilled can operate more effectively and increase the production processes. Of course, we have to take into account also the relevant characteristics of the intangible capital, and based on the, first of all, on non-rivalry in use, where the intangible assets are not subject of the same wear and tear. For example, if you use data, if there appears another update of Stata 18, you will not have to have some such high cost to adjust Stata 19. But if Stata takes some time, maybe 10 years, you probably have to throw away your computer, which is tangible capital. So this is just another characteristics of intangible capital that allow to build up on the existing or the pre-existing knowledge. Another example for relevant characteristic of intangible capital, which are the fact that there are high initial sunk costs, but in the end, you can build it on this acquired knowledges. For example, if you try to switch from Stata to R programming, then you will definitely have to have some, you'll have some challenges in adjusting to the R program. However, if you want to do that, you have access to our program without having to wait for the state update. Another characteristic of intangible asset is limited excludability. For example, let's think about a researcher working at a BioNTech and Pfizer. If, for example, BioNTech invested a lot in training this researcher while being employed at BioNTech, and this researcher once decides to leave, it will take all the knowledge with him or with her. And therefore, the knowledge and intangible capital that the firm has built dissipate to another firm. And this is also like because of the limited excludability of the knowledge characteristics that can also be applied to intangible assets. So to sum it up, why finally intangible capital can contribute to greater wage inequality? Well, first of all, the distribution of intangible capital is highly skewed and is in favor of largest superstar firm that can also show more higher levels of productivity and therefore yield to an increase in between firm wage gap. R&D investment confers the firm's first mover advantages that delay competition in favor of inventors. And R&D is also one of the largest type of intangible capital. And this is also, therefore, drives this intangible capital characteristic. Next, largest and superstar firms screen more intensively to hire workers with better ability and pay them also more. So this is also based on this technology-based and skill-based theory, where one could argue that the firms, larger firms, superstar firms, will have the resources to screen the employees that can really yield returns of their intangible capital investment. And finally, intangibles are more contestable and less excludable, as I presented you earlier, and firms are more eager to hire workers complementary to intangible capital, and therefore they will pay them more. And based on these intangible capital characteristics, which I hope I could convince you by now, we create or we compose our hypothesis and try to test it in the next step, whether the increase in intangible capital is conducive to greater between firm wage inequality. We do this, as I mentioned, using two data sets. For our dependent and control variables, we use CompNet dataset. And for the our independent variable of intangible intensity, we use the Pro claims data set, where we calculate the intangible capital based on analytical module of the data set, where we aggregate the R&D, software and database, intellectual property products, brand, industrial design, organizational capital and training, and divide it by the gross value added of the respective country, industry and year. Finally, we have the following coverage of the country, industry, and year. It's an unbalanced panel over 20 years, and we are truly sorry that we have to drop Malta. However, my co-author was very sad about it, and he made me even drop my second home country, Romania, from this sample. So anyway, but on a more serious note, we had to pay more attention. Even though we use an unbalanced sample, we had to pay attention that it's representative, the values we have for wage inequality and also control variables are representative for our sample. And in the next step, we're presenting you the baseline design. We start with a simple OLS regression, where we use the intangible intensity. We use the moving average over the last 3 years to mitigate the volatility of the yearly wage inequality. And for our dependent variable, we use the logarithm of the 90 to 10 percentile of labor cost per employee ratio. As control variables, we use logarithm of the average firm age, firm size. We use size dispersion, firm size dispersion, but also tangible intensity. We also use different combination of industry by year and country by year fixed effects, and we weight our regression using the industry's time average evaluated over the country of national value added. So, and let's go straight forward to our results. We start with a simple regression where we use simple industry country fixed effects and year fixed effects without control variables. We find a positive and statistical significant effect of intangible intensity on the between firm wage inequality. Next, we impose a more restrictive condition where we use industry fixed effects and country by year fixed effects. Further, we continue with country fixed effects and industry by year fixed effects. And finally, our most demanding combination of fixed effects is industry by year and country by year fixed effect, where we find a positive and statistical significant result or correlation. And finally, we also throw some control variables and our results remain robust. In the next step, I just brought with me a simple plot of the regression of different wage percentile we use to create our wage inequality on the intangible intensity, and our positive trend is confirmed. And the next step would be the question, okay, but what kind of intangible capital, or what kind of component of intangible capital has the largest effect on the wage inequality? So we use the definition first provided by Corrado et al., but also following adopted by the Euroclims in using the in defining the different intangible capital categories. And we first analyze the relationship, bivariate relationship between softwares and databases on wage inequality. We find a positive and statistical significant result. Again, using the most demanding combination of industry by year and country by year fixed effects and control variables. Same effect, positive and statistical significant effect we find for innovative property. We do not find statistical significant for economic competency. And finally, we use all different categories in one regression, where surprisingly we find the negative impact of software and databases, although the other results are confirmed. Of course, there are endogeneity concerns regarding the results I presented so far, and these are only correlations. We do not claim causality. We would like to claim causality in the next step by arguing that using a combination of the pre-sample intangible intensity and the change in R&D tax incentives within the country will mitigate our endogeneity concerns related to the fact that larger firm will also have incentive to invest more in their intangible capital. And our instrument variable design is based on the, as I mentioned, the change in R&D tax to the 2000s and the constant intangible intensity for the pre-existing time period. And we explained this instrument, or we argue that this instrument would allow us to eliminate the cross-country distribution within a country that does not have a persistent effect on between firm wage inequality. And also we argue that we can use R&D tax as to create the instrument because they are considered an exogenous outcome of national policy and are not related to wage inequalities. Our results, again, in the same manner, different types of fixed effects without control variables prove our coefficients from our correlation analysis. And finally, we're controlling for firm age, from this, size and tangible, we get again a positive and statistical significant impact of intangible intensity on between firm wage inequality. Finally, we, of course, run some robustness checks where we exclude the weighting of the regression using simple unweighted regression analysis. We also consider, instead of moving average, early level of between firm wage inequality, but also some very specific robustness checks. We, of course, considering the fact that our period of analysis are 20 years covering the financial crisis, we balance the panel by considering only the period between 2009 and 2020. We further exclude the real estate sector, because in this sector it's quite difficult to distribute the income between capital and labor. We further omit Eastern Europe from the sample analysis. We drop countries that could affect cross-country comparability based on the previous literature, and we also consider only non-tradable industries. I'm not sure if I can go to and present you the results, but maybe you'll have to believe me that these are robust, positive, with positive statistical significant impact between our intangible intensity and between firm wage inequality. Of course, I talked about productivity and the link between the impact of intangible intensity on the wage inequalities through the productivity, of these large firms. And we also control for the fact that productivity dispersion may have an impact that may even mitigate the large effect of intangible capital on the weight between firm wage inequality. And we also consider the fact that the greater market concentration may also have a positive, may also intensify the impact or the relationship between intangible intensity and between firm wage inequality. And again, you will have to believe me that the results are positive and statistical significant. I think we will have the time. Could you probably in the back just go on the third point, balancing the panel 2009-2020, just to convince. Just go on the blue button, the third item. Can I also go? Oh, okay. Oh, it's quite difficult. I'm not, it's moving without me. No, I want to go on the blue button, but okay.
That's the blue button.
Next one.
Okay. We can try.
Okay. In terms of time, you will have to believe me. That's everything is an appendix. Okay, so I will conclude by arguing that I was able to convince you that increased wage inequality can be explained by increased knowledge-based economy. We showed this for 13 countries, 13 European countries, using 56 CompNet industries and 28 EU-CLEMS industries for a period of 20 years. And yes, I hope you will take into account from now on the intangibles, and thank you for your attention. I'm really looking forward to our discussion, to the question, and all the feedback you have for us.
Great, thank you very much, Olga, for that presentation. I really enjoyed reading this paper. So my comments will be very brief, just 2 slides. So first, just to recap, the scope is to quantify the effect of the rise of the intangible capital ratio on between firm wage inequality. I think overall in the paper, maybe it changed recently, but I think in the introduction, strengthening this new side of wage inequality that is between firm is important. Recent papers have, as you showed in the presentation, but I didn't see it a lot in the paper, show that the bulk of the wage inequality is occurring between firm. and it's borrowed a lot from the international trade literature. So I think that's where this paper hits the nail there. The methods is showing the association at the industry level between 2000 and 2020, first with an OLS and then using a shift share instrument with pre-sample intangible intensity and the changes in the RD incentive taxes. And the main results is the positive effect between the rise in this intangible intensity and between firm wage inequality and the industry level. And this relationship, I don't know if that's the exercise you're trying to show, is that is stronger for the more productive industries. You have like an interaction, I think, in the paper. So just some questions. The first one is related to the mechanism. So you mentioned high skill intensity as an important element, both in the technology-based and the sorting-based mechanism. So I was thinking maybe at the industry level, you can add this as a control, or maybe show if it's the effects are stronger for industries with high skill intensity, right? Maybe just to pinpoint the mechanism and compare to other mechanisms that can be, for example, trade and selection into trade. So I think that's maybe a control variable that would be good to include, just to show that is related to that mechanism. The second is the variable of interest. So this goes from intangibles, then first mover advantages, and then these first movers having greater productivity, right? So if I understood correctly, in between the intangible intensity and the wage inequality, there's like a productivity dispersion there. So I was just wondering, maybe using an alternative data set at the firm level, for example, or this you can show, or you can bring that productivity dispersion also as an outcome variable and show that these intangibles are going through that productivity dispersion. And lastly, on the instrumental variable, I think the paper you followed for that IV that is using RD taxes also use a shift share with a leave one out. So maybe you can use pre-sample weights and then take the average leaving that country out of the intangible intensity for all the rest of the countries. I think that will allow you also to use country industry fixed effects. That was something that was not possible using the taxes instrument. And it's always nice to have to show that the results are consistent using an alternative instrument, and the leave one out is, I think it's always a good first resource. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the discussion. Should we take more questions, or should I reply in one sentence?
It's not work. Okay. Let's see if there are other questions from the floor. Okay, so I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. Probably because as a policymaker, I wanted to have an understanding of the quantity of the parameter that you estimate. So I understand that it's very important that the parameter is significant, but I wanted to have, say, quantitative understanding of what is the increase of intangible capital, how much translates in a reduction in the wage dispersion. So to have a more quantitative.
Are there other questions? Richard?
Yeah, in the same way. So I think you can decompose overall wage inequality into the within sector, and then within the sector into the between firm and within firm component, right? And with your regression results, you can actually predict sort of the evolution of the between firm component, and also a counterfactual without the intangibles. And so that would be a way to get an understanding of how large the effect actually is.
We know that the non-compete clauses are very important for firms of across all, that applies to McDonald's workers, but also especially researchers in pharmaceutical industry. You mentioned, for example, that when they move, they of course go to the other firm, but I would imagine that there are non-compete clauses. Actually, they cannot go. So they could, some countries, these are very prominent. I wonder if there's any way that you can check this across countries in your sample in some shape or form.
It was already mentioned by the discussant, but it would be interesting if you can, for a selected number of countries or industries, use firm level data on intangibles which are available to just make a case that your identification strategy at the more aggregate level is consistent with what you can observe at the more granular level. Clearly, you have the advantage of having larger set of countries, and so it's more of a comparative nature type of exercise. But it would be reassuring, to the shift share type of identification that you're using, that there's something going on at the appropriate granular level there.
I actually just want to mention that within CompNet itself, right, there's also the joint distributions. So there might actually be a way to do this even with all the countries that you have.
Okay, on that point, I'll continue because we currently work on using the joint distribution also to mention also another comment by Juan regarding the alternative data set. Maybe we'll, instead of using an alternative data set, we will try to further continue to use joint distribution instead of just looking at the interaction between intangible intensity and productivity and arguing that the productivity dispersion intensifies this relationship. So we'll definitely look into the joint distribution phase further. Another comment, thank you for the idea of leaving one out instrument. Maybe this will be indeed a solution to include a country industry fixed effects. We'll have to look into this as well. And regarding the research policy and quantitative measure, okay, we didn't thought about it so much. We argue more on the on our mechanism or on our empirical side that our results are consistent over time. But of course, we'll have to bring a new policy-related interpretation of our results. For now on, we think more about from the policy side, we think more about the composition of intangible capital, and that it still requires a lot of work for the people who actually create this data set, also to truly measure the intangible capital. What is indeed an R&D? And to relate to another comment regarding the non-compete clause and the fact that actually the researcher can move from one firm to another or not. Of course, R&D is not only researchers. We also have, not only the research in itself, but general knowledge. And an idea can occur maybe not even related to what a person is working on right now. So which is actually this tacit knowledge that goes into intangible intensity we cannot currently measure. Yes, I think. Okay, yes, and regarding the decomposing the wage inequality between firm wage inequality and within firm wage inequality, I'm not so sure about that because I was thinking that CompNet only provides the data for the measuring of the between firm wage inequality and not within. But I think I'm here at the source, so I can ask everyone here during the breaks or else and talk more about the research. Yeah. Okay. Then thank you very much. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you, Olga. So now Eugenio Miravete from University of Texas, Austin will present a paper in which it tries to evaluate or evaluates um, the effect of autarky or industrial policy induced home bias using a very nice data sets, actually a couple of data sets on the automobile industry in Spain that starts from the 60s until 2015. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for having me here. You show taste for variety. This is very different, I'm afraid, from many of the other papers we're going to see. So turn off your brains on total factor productivity and the CES or anything like that. This is going to be different. So let me, just in case, because I tend to talk for too long, what three things we are going to learn in this paper? If you're not a Spaniard, you're going to learn that Spain is actually a very large automobile manufacturing country. Second, more is not necessarily better. So producing more, when we put in place some sort of industrial policy, is going to induce inefficiencies. So more energy transition may not be efficient. More AI may not be efficient, even though we all think that it's a good thing. And third, perhaps the most interesting result of the paper is that some of the policies that we put in place have the potential to change preferences. And this is very difficult to measure. Okay, so I'm going to try to make the effort with this exercise to show that there is a change in preferences following an application of an industrial policy. And that has shadow value that we try to measure in this work. Should have said, joint work with Maria Jose Moral, who is the real expert of the Spanish automobile industry. And we have been working for a while on these topics. I'll try to make some, if I have time, I'll try to make some comments about, how to implement these policies later on. So let me go for it. Questions. I think we are witnessing a big change in industrial policy, both in the US and in Europe. The Biden administration has continued the policies of the Trump administration, and it looks like this is going to continue in the future. Passage of the CHIPS Act, this is something like $280 billion to develop microchips in the US, is the response in a way to the disruptions, to the challenge after COVID-19. And the fear that we don't have enough invested in these strategic industries. Now, bringing this a little bit to home to academic discussions, there is some authors who are essentially looking at what is the effect of this industrial policy? How can we actually promote producing more? So there's this paper by Juhas, Verlaine, and Roderick, who are looking essentially approaching the problem from a point of view of a Pigouvian taxation. It's like, okay, so there is some externality here. We need to favor this. And then in a sense, they argue that, we economists, we tend to favor too much free trade, that we tend to forget, all the externalities that that these interventions may generate. So here are a couple of papers. One by Tren Lepchenko. They are looking at, the effects of some policies in South Korea in the 70s and how that helped to develop the industries. And, looking at those same companies 30 years later, there is a ton of persistence. It looks like, the companies who received the help in the 70s, they are far more productive today. So some of the potentials for the long term. The other paper by Panlegia, Mirto Kalupsidis, and Binsaur. So this is a very interesting paper looking at the effect, different types of policies that the Chinese implement to boost the production of ships. And essentially, the nice thing about the paper that I just learned that is forthcoming now. that there are different ways, but there is a 60% of the budget that is waste because it induces inefficient entry. Okay, so many of the companies just go and they start producing, but they shouldn't have entered in the first place. Okay, so what is the problem, or why don't we have more evidence about this? Among other things, because the consensus, the political consensus has changed. If you want to try to look for an application in the Western world, after 40 years of free trade is the best, you don't find many applications, many policy interventions where we can measure the long-term effects. Okay, and in a sense, this is where we come. Okay, with using the Spanish data. So let me. What are we going to see? One thing that we are going to get from the paper, and this is documented in some other literature, that people tend to buy local products. Okay, but what is local product? Well, the French buy French brands, the Germans buy German brands. It's going more in detail than that. Okay, so we're going to have some sort of national preference, but there is also going to be a regional preference. And whenever I say regional, I don't care who owns the company. The company is just producing in my town or in my region. Okay, and there is a very strong effect that we identify there. Okay, let me just go quickly tell you the story, because otherwise I won't be able to give you a glimpse. There are tons of institutional details. I'm happy to engage in conversations afterwards. What do we do in the paper? We have two data sets. We're going to do review form analysis of the first one, and then we are going to do an equilibrium analysis, structural estimation, to evaluate what is the shadow value of this taste for local. Okay. Okay. Why Spain? I think it's a case that is little known, but following Second World War and so on and so forth, first, the industry is very, very large. We are talking something in the order of 8-9% of GDP. How we got there, we're going to see. In terms of production, Spain became the 5th largest automobile manufacturer in the 1990s. Still today is the 2nd largest in Europe. It produces double the number of automobiles per capita than the US. Okay. You can imagine, and I haven't talked about this with other people in Spain, but there is a huge thing going on about the electrification. If that thing goes wrong, we are playing with 8-9% of GDP. This is a case that I think this is not very well known. So Spain was essentially an autarky for 20 years, from 1939 to 1959, when essentially the country was bankrupt. There are many things going on, okay, but essentially try to remember this. Spain creates SEAT in 1951. This was the largest investment in an industry, but that was not limited to SEAT. Immediately, because of the success, Renault enters to produce in Spain. Citroën enters to produce in Spain, and this is a trend that goes on and on until 1981. There are many automobile manufacturers who locate in Spain. What else? The policy has 3 components. The creation of SEAT. Essentially, imports are forbidden, and they are forbidden until 1986, okay, until Spain joined the EU. This was used as a bargaining chip in the negotiations with the EU accession. And then there is a requirement of a minimum component of local production if you want to locate in Spain. Okay? So these are the 3 things. The first 2 kind of like get weak, but not the import protection. Import protection was essentially forbidden until 1986. Here you have an image of what is the openness of the Spanish economy, just to give you a sense. Spain is out of the Western economy is the one that has suffered an autarky for longer, the most extreme one. Yeah. The policy, I gave you the components. There is something very interesting about the Spanish case. When we want to evaluate counterfactuals, counterfactuals are nice, but they depend on the tons of assumptions. So it's great to be able to do diff and diff. But we implement an industrial policy. The industrial policy applies to everybody, except in the case of Spain, where the Canary Islands have a different fiscal regime going back to 1487. The Canary Islands today are part of the EU politically, but they are outside the borders. Okay? You buy a car in the Canary Islands, and it's actually a foreign car. If you move that car from the Canary Islands to the rest of the EU, then you have to pay taxes. Why? This is very interesting. Why? Because if you look at the patterns of what the car purchases that the individuals are making in Spain, in Europe, and the Canary Islands, they are very, very different for many, many decades. And that helps to identify what is this effect of the local taste for local products. Manufacturers, many. So here you have the ones who enter and still are producing: Mercedes, Opel, Ford, Nissan, Citroën, Peugeot, Renault, Audi, Seat, and Volkswagen. So all those are already producing. You have information about market share, the highest market share that they produce, the location where they produce. And these are the ones who exited. These are, if you want, the inefficient entrants. These are companies who started, who never reached sufficient, economies of scale, and then the EU accession happened, and then they have to leave because they were inefficient. Okay? The most interesting part, and the reason why we started looking at this paper, is this. So in the right panel, in red colors, you have regions that are producing. I come from Valencia. And this whole thing is because, in Valencia, you have Ford Motor Company producing. They have the largest plant in the world producing there. You go in Valencia, you find more than double the market share of Ford in that region than in the rest of the country. This is why, Valencia, this region here, is so dark. Same thing happens in Galicia. In Galicia, you have, in the northwest corner, you have Citroën producing. Guess which cars they are buying over there. Almost double in terms of market share in the rest of the country. The green map is just looking at preferences for national brands in each one of these regions. Okay. Okay. So this is interesting in some sense. Tangentially, it's interesting because if we are looking at gravity models, this negates pretty much all the premises of gravity models. Same rules, same currency, same regulations, so on and so forth. So in a sense, I would say I'm quite certain that I am identifying, the home bias effect. Okay, short run. What we are going to do, unfortunately, we don't have the, fantastic CompNet data. So by accident, we came across the statistical yearbooks of the Spanish automobile authority. So these are PDFs that we have to hand code. We lost some eyesight, but we end up creating something like 22,000 region year automaker observations. So this is for reduced form analysis, going back essentially from the very beginning of the industry, from 1961. We stop at 2015. Things that you're going to see here. So, okay, I need to go fast. Left panel. This is the market penetration. Always with the vertical green line is the accession to the EU. The solid line is actually the market penetration of domestic vehicles in Spain. You can see it's pretty much 100% until the accession to the EU. The dashed line is Seat. So Seat was dominant, extremely dominant until the mid-70s, and then it goes down. The right one is more interesting. It's comparing Spain, and when I say Spain, it's just the Iberian Peninsula with the Canary Islands. Okay, so the Canary Islands start buying something else. It's the only place in Europe where you could buy Japanese cars, really, in the 70s and 80s. There is a convergence in the end, but the convergence actually happened after 2010. Okay, so it takes a while. These guys don't have a taste for the local brand. They don't have an attachment to buying particularly, Seat brands or something like this. And when I say Spanish brands, I mean anybody who is producing in Spain. Okay, not necessarily Seat. Ford producing in Spain, regardless of whether that particular model is built in Spain or in Germany. Doesn't matter. That's a Spanish brand from the moment it's producing in Spain. What else? Yes, so this is the taste for, the left one is the taste for Seat Seat in Spain and the Canary Islands. And you can see the last one, how big the market shares, the dotted red lines, how big the market shares for Japanese cars are in the Canary Islands going back to the 1970s. There is nothing like this, nothing comparable to this in any European country. Yeah? Okay, so entry. What are we going to look? Let me just show you two cases. So I'm not going to repeat this, but so let's look at the left panel. Left panel is Ford enters and start producing in 1975. Look at the market share of Ford. It's essentially zero until 1975. As I said, it's pretty much impossible to import a car. And then it jumps something like 10, 12%, and it goes on and on. The dashed line is the same market share in the region of Valencia, where the Ford is produced. Okay, so immediately what we are going to learn from here is that this home bias, you don't need to waste, you don't need to wait for 20 years for that to develop. It's actually very fast. The right panel is the same thing with Opel in Zaragoza. Okay, the producer enters, immediately the domestic market share goes up, but the regional one goes even further. Okay, and it's actually it survives in the long run. What do essentially that effect? And given for the benefit of time, I won't be able to do this. We control for inertia with it. Think why this happened. There are several explanations. Oh, I have a better distribution channel. Dealers are everywhere. When we are looking at past sales, yes, the most recent past sales actually increase the effect of this home bias that we find. Okay, the Canarians, it always happened. I have all the results in the paper. You look at positive effect of the domestic brands or the locally produced ones. The Canarians, they don't value this. Okay, they go for Japanese cars because they can buy them. Okay? The other effect where you can see that more is not necessarily better. At the moment that Spain joins the EU, immediately the share of imports skyrocket. People start just not buying the local brands very quickly. Okay, and I have the long run effect for which I need probably half an hour, but then let's forget about that. So we have documented what happens. Okay. Until in all this process, going from 1961 to 2015. If we evaluate the policy, the way, this paper, Daniel Roderick and others won, is like, has been the policy able to increase local production? The answer is yes. It's a success. We go from an economy where transportation is done by donkeys to an economy where, it's the fifth largest automobile manufacturer in the world in 35 years. That's a big success. But people didn't want to buy what was being produced. And we know that because the Canarians don't do that. And in 1986, when other things were available, people just run and buy something else. Okay, so there is possibly some sort of inefficiency. I've told you that individuals apparently they are changing their preferences. How much is that worth? And this is the second exercise that we have in the paper. So we are not going to be looking at the data going back to 1961 because we don't have price data, but we have automobile registration data detailed by province 2009 to 2015. We could build a bigger data set, but let's focus on that period. So we have 7 years of data. Prices are uniform in the country. And now what we want to see is whether there is, the policy has been phased out in 1986. We should expect maybe, that people is going to buy whatever and without any attachment, which is not true. So now what are we going to do? And let me just wave my hands here. Well, we're going to build an equilibrium model with the demand and supply, different horizontally differentiated products. Essentially, what I'm trying to tell you is I'm not going to take prices as given. Okay, I'm going to run a counterfactual, and yes, different automobile manufacturers they occupy different areas of the product space. And when we do the counterfactual, we are going to recompute the equilibrium prices and see what happens. Okay. Okay, so quickly, there's no way that I can cover all this. So what things do we care when we buy a car? How powerful it is, how much it costs me to run it, what is the size of the car, whether I'm buying an SUV or not buying an SUV. So here you have the estimates. Things like, okay, home bias, domestic effects. We differentiate two. One is whether we are buying a car that is actually produced locally. Consumers don't know whether a car is produced locally or not. Okay, but the brand matters. There is a distinction. Why the effects are different when a car is produced locally or not? Because in a sense, the manufacturers choose in the first place what to produce locally. 80% of what is produced in Spain in general is exported. And yet, the vehicles that are produced in Spain tend to be smaller, more aligned with the local preferences. Okay, so that's the reason why when you see a particular model that is produced in Spain, there is like a premium in this home bias valuation. And then you can see what is the effect of, for the different. I'm gonna be able. I think I can make it. We don't consider just a domestic effect, but we just look at which one it is for the different automakers. And it's interesting after SEAT was created SEAT was created in 51, and after so many years, still is pretty much the leader. The reason why Opel is a little bit larger is because they actually have two locations, one close to Madrid and the other one in Galicia. And that exaggerates a little bit the effect. What else? We evaluate cost, a bunch of also. So let's just leave it because I won't be able. Yeah, producing a diesel is more expensive. Producing a vehicle that is more fuel efficient is more expensive. So in a sense, this is our sanity check when we said, here is the distribution of the demand elasticities for cars that are produced in Spain relative to cars that are produced somewhere else, which essentially shows that there is, stronger market power for the vehicles that are produced locally. The second panel is for marginal cost estimates. Here you have winners and losers. How do we do this? So let me explain the counterfactual. Imagine you saw all these estimates for Opel, for regionals, and so on and so forth. Okay, imagine we just shut down all this. Okay? No home bias. We have estimated the model, but we don't have home bias anymore. Let's go recompute the equilibrium prices. Let's recompute what the profits are and who wins and who loses. So who wins, but today, okay? So the winners are PSA, the group PSA, SEAT, Ford, and so on and so forth. Who's losing? Pretty much all the manufacturers who are not located in Spain, particularly the Asians, are the ones who lose the most. Okay. Now, how? And I end with this. So I can shut down home bias and recompute the equilibrium, see who wins, who loses. Now the question is, for the society, how good or bad is this? If people, it's, you know, I am buying an inefficient SEAT, but I am happy from buying local. How do we measure, you know, if this is welfare increasing or welfare decreasing? Let's just put some numbers. So first, imagine that I shut down all the home bias effect. Okay, recompute the model. Now what I'm going to do is to connect two counterfactuals. One, and the second one is, okay, yes. So if we shut down home bias, we are going to see a smaller market share of domestic vehicles being produced. Imagine that I'm going to set a tariff, an import tariff on anything that is not produced in Spain, in order to go back to the market penetration of the Spanish automobile in Spain with home bias. Okay, so follow me. First, I shut down home bias, market share goes down. Now I'm going to put a tariff, and I'm going to go back to generate an equilibrium with the same market penetration by the domestic, but without home bias. If you want to import a car in Spain and in Europe from outside the EU, it has to pay an import tariff of 10.5%. I think it's 10.3. Okay? Or estimates of just shutting down my preference for buying Ford in Valencia, okay, the local guy, it's about 5.5%. That's not bad. But essentially what we are saying here is the Spanish automobile market got developed, but now the competition is softer, okay? Because people still buy, after 30 years, they are still buying the local brands. So the local manufacturers can actually charge a higher markup. Second, just shutting down completely the home bias is an equilibrium that is too far. Okay, so what we do is we start reducing this intensity for the for locally produced brands little by little. What is the result that we got? So imagine something like this. So first, there is this 5.5%. We shut down, say if I say it correctly, we shut down this preference for locals to the point that the domestic production goes down to 20%, to 25%, sorry. It's originally 31%, it goes down to 25%. Well, if we want to restore the equilibrium, we are talking already of an import tariff in the order of 27%. So there is a huge effect. It pretty much is something like for every 1% of the market that we lose to production somewhere else, we need to put a tariff equivalence of 3%. Okay, it's in that order. So in a sense, this is measuring, you know, what is the effect of this policy, and that's essentially the message of the paper. We need. I was thinking this morning when Gianmarco was presenting this, and I finished with this. You know, internal, external competitiveness. For me, being an IO person, I'm thinking of something completely different. So think, for instance, this goes in how do we implement the policies? There was a huge discussion after 2019 when the Alstom Siemens merger was blocked. And the argument is, well, the argument of the court was we need we cannot allow these two companies to get together because domestically they become a monopolist, even though when they are competing with the Chinese in the world market, their position has been much weaker. Okay, I think there's been some sort of like gigantic shift at the EU, because if you look at, there is a paper coming looking at the merger. PSA bought Opel in 2016, and in 2020-21, the group created Stellantis. Okay, and what have we done? It's great. We have now a world champion, but in some countries, particularly France and Italy, we have huge concentrations. Okay, how was the merger? Just in case so many of you are look, how was the second merger approved? If you look at how the commission is evaluating the mergers, hope nobody takes offense for this. Okay. They study, I know the 3 countries they studied like 5. The effect of the merger in Malta, Croatia, and Lithuania. They don't include Italy or France evaluating the impact of the merger. And there is this tension of, domestic effects and becoming, a leader at the world stage. Essentially, what is the market definition relevant for an industry?
So first of all, let me thank the organizers for allowing me to discuss this interesting paper, and the usual disclaimers apply. So what the paper does, the paper was nicely summarized by the authors. So I'll try to go as quick as possible through what the paper does. The authors do an historical account of the development of Spanish automobile industry that went through decades-old autarkic industrial policy. And they estimate a random coefficient discrete choice model of demand and supply for the Spanish automobile market. In my discussion, I will focus on the last part of the Eugenio presentation, because I think it's, from my perspective at least, very interesting and innovative, and also provocative in a sense, rather challenging from an intellectual perspective as well. So the consumers might have bias for locally produced brands, and firms price uniformly across Spain. Then there is a counterfactual analysis that quantifies additional sales of domestic brands and reduction of imports because of the policy, of alternative policies, and produces estimates of the shadow import tariffs, mimicking the trade distortion induced by the locally unbiased preferences. It's a counterfactual environment without unbias. The main results, the policy-induced unbias. So I want to stress it's a policy-induced unbias, policy-induced unbiased effect, takes root quite rapidly and leads to persistent trade distortion many decades later. It's the inertia that we were talking about during the presentation. And entry of a new firm triggers a rapid and long-lasting increase in sales at national level. But the increase is significantly larger at the region where the new firm locates its assembly plant. Spaniard unbias for brands manufactured in their own region is not trivial. It is equivalent to 5.5% import tariff on automobile that are not assembled in Spain. And we should take into account that the European import tax rate is around 10%. So these are non-trivial numbers, non-trivial figures. And a 50% weakening of the loyalty for brands located in Spain requires up to a 3% tariff increase to compensate for each additional 1% market share lost to import. Again, non-trivial quantitative results. So I have some clarification question, that because the paper is well written and I think to the best of my knowledge, quite well executed. I have some doubt on the counterfactual. I'll go back on that at the last slide. So in the model, you focus a lot on the income, but can cross-region different access to credit, if it is different across region, affect your results? And because housing and durable products like car were heavily credit financed in Spain, and this credit financed demand drove demand from the 90s up to the financial crisis. Then there are many possible factors that can affect the structure of demand. So the point of this slide is about the stability of the coefficient, of the unbiased coefficient you find, value that you find. So first, the structure of this demand could have been also altered by the financial crisis, growing market share for used cars in Spain. And these are just some numbers. The sales in 2007, the sales of used car exceeds for the first time that of new cars. And then incentives. There were many incentives, many policies to incentivize the sales of new car. That in particular in June 2010, new car sales dropped to the lowest level since early 90s after the expiring of these plans. And again, you're pushing a lot the story of the policy-induced on bias. So probably my question is whether there are also effects from policy others that are other than the one you are considering. Then other structural change. So the point, you see my point. The structural break, in a sense, in demand that can affect the stability of your estimates, the dealer strategies, internet markets, and also this intergenerational shift in preferences that growing younger population buys used or low-cost cars. And last but not least, the immigrant population. In more recent periods, also there were many advertising techniques. The Buy Me, I Made in Spain companies campaigns following the crisis. Are they affecting on bias? And even if they are more recent advertising policies? Then in the model, the model is based on the assumption, among the others, of constant return to scale, if I well remember. So how restrictive is this assumption for an automotive industry that has developed thanks to protectionist measures that I think aimed also at favoring increasing the return to scale? Now here, this is my last slide, my last comment. And here, so you say industrial policy affect preference, which are primitives of the model. But how? How? What's the story? How do you rationalize this? How this effect can, in a sense, if you want, microfounded? Because you say this parameter is probably not entirely microfounded. And which is the quantitative relevance of possible different microchannels? But here, then I didn't write it in the slide because it came to my mind while you were talking. So my point is the following one. In the counterfactual exercise, you change the tariff value, right? And you keep the own bias constant, right? But, you know, you go through the paper by saying that the excessive on bias depends on the policy itself. How can I believe this counterfactual? This is Luca's critique. I mean, I'm just saying that. You see, how can you safely keep the unbiased constant while changing the tariff? You are implicitly assuming that the change in the tariff would not affect the unbiased, but you just show the opposite. Or probably one way out, if I'm not completely wrong, of course, that is that it takes time. So probably in the short run, you are safe, but still, it's a challenge I think there is a big challenge, not for the others, but for people like me and many others in the room that use this paper for daily policy analysis. And overall, it's a very interesting paper, answering to a very interesting question and raises further interesting question, to my humble opinion. So it's really an exciting research agenda on the general equilibrium effects of industrial policy. The point is that these industrial policies are likely to affect directly the supply side, but we cannot exclude, at least on the basis of the results of the paper, that they can also have an indirect effect on the demand side via some channels that still have to be fully explored. Yeah. And thank you. Thank you. So now, technology shock. Sorry about that.
Do we have other questions? Do you prefer to?
Yep.
Okay.
Go for it.
So
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I had a couple of questions. So one of them was actually already raised. It's about the origins of home bias, because for us as economists, home bias is basically a parameter, a shifter, something like that. But actually, I was thinking, could it be that, for example, a firm establishes a plant, given that manufacturing of cars is so important for the Spanish economy, as you said, and maybe, I don't know, employees of that plant have easier access, have some discount, something like that, on purchasing those cars, and maybe other people see it, they think that it's cool, so they start buying and so on. I was thinking if you thought about something like that as a rationale for home bias. The other thing I was wondering is more about the policy implications of your paper, because, for example, in Europe right now we are transitioning towards electric cars, and there is of course the issues that some people don't like driving electric cars. So is it a policy implication that, for example, if we establish a manufacturer of electric cars in a specific region, people will start buying that electric car, and that's a potential solution as to this kind of preference, or is it totally crazy?
the one on the right.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering if you did a hedonic regression on comparable cars that were available at the same time as the Spanish cars, for example, imports of Japanese cars, and they had the same qualities as the Japanese car, what would be the difference in prices between what consumers were paying for the Japanese cars relative to the same comparable cars available from Japan or someplace else? I mean, how much is that difference that you're attributing to the shift in preference, the home bias?
So I feel that you left us hanging a little bit on the overall desirability of this policy, right? So it wasn't evaluated in the end, even though in the beginning you said it's very hard to evaluate these policies, and here is a great example for it. So I think I understand that the changing preferences pose a conceptual problem there, but I think you could at least make two different extreme cases where either the preferences are completely irrational and wrong and don't yield to any utility gain, or on the other hand, the preferences are completely utility generating. And then at least into these two scenarios, you could give us an answer to the question in the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Let's see how can I answer these many questions. Thank you, Massimiliano, for the comments. So some of the issues that you address, yes, credit. Are there differences across regions? The financial crisis hit pretty much everywhere, but you could say that some regions are hit more than others. The thing with Plan E, who benefits from that, actually who can pay for cars. So two different answers. One, when we are looking at market shares, is we don't look only at the cars that are sold, but also the outside option of not buying or buying a used vehicle. So that is constructed for every single province, looking at indicators like employment and so on. So could we use something like financial stress? We can look for indicators, but that is going to enter through the definition of the outside option. Plan E is, this is not only specific about Europe, but Matthias Reinhardt has a very interesting paper looking at what is the effect of some European regulation on how to reduce emissions. So these were rules that were put in place in 2007 or 2008. And they gave a choice to the manufacturers. You can reduce the emissions, and here's the scale, how much you need to reduce emissions, and it changes by the size of the vehicles. So actually, the manufacturers realize that it's less expensive to produce bigger cars and reduce emission even less. If you go back to the estimation, you are going to see that we always include something with SUVs, because what happens, the change in preferences that we can document for this period is common to the rest of Europe, and it's an increase in the sales of larger vehicles. Okay, we want to be nice to the environment, but now we drive bigger cars. Dealer strategies, maybe that's very difficult to get. The only thing I can add to this is that they are essentially the same all across. Migration, I haven't thought about it, but that is going to affect, we could look at this. What is the effect that this has on the outside option? Because they tend to buy used vehicles. What is the mechanism? I wish I knew. Okay, there are many papers. There is a very famous paper by Pierre Dubé, looking at the presence of some consumer products in the U.S. Going back to what their market share was 100 years ago or something. I don't know. The only thing I can do is I can rule out many things in the mechanism. I wish I knew what was the psychological. And answering, there is a related question about employee discounts. No, I don't believe in them. We have 11 plants. The only place where this could be relevant is for a Renault plant in Valladolid, because the city is relatively small. I don't believe that the discounts for, say, that I think it's less than 2,000 people working at the SEAT plant in Barcelona has any effect in a very large market. Yeah. What else? Constant return to scale. The only reason we have sales, but we don't have production. I wish if we had production at the plant level, we could easily estimate that. Electric cars. Does the location matter? Yes, the Spanish government is trying to convince the Chinese to open a plant because Volkswagen is having cold feet about it. So they are trying to attract some investors who open an electric vehicle in order to keep the industry going, because otherwise it would be relocated to Germany. And as I said, there is an 8% of GDP hanging over there. Hedonic pricing, I don't know. Problem is the industry is not competitive. So what can I do? I don't know what is comparable or not. I can go and check, say, in the 70s and 80s, the cars that are being sold in the Canary Islands, who are not sold anywhere else, and look at what the price effect would be. The problem for me in that case is actually finding price information going back to 1970s or 80s for each one of the models. But if that information was available, believe me, I've been digging on this. But no, I don't have price information going back. I think the first that we have is from 1990. So getting before that is not possible.
Another question?
I mean, so I mean, home bias to me makes a lot of sense, especially for products that are fairly substitutable, right? Where there's not a lot of quality differences, or maybe we don't care that much about having an additional button on a car. And I wonder how much this matters for products where there's big differences, and where as a consumer you're going to care about whether a razor can shave your face or not shave your face at all, or the radio works or it doesn't work at all. And so for products where quality differences matter a lot, I would expect this to be smaller, maybe. I don't know. I wonder what you think about that. And the other thing is, maybe home bias matters for big consumer products where, right, there's a lot. We all know where the plants are located in Spain. We know that it matters for jobs. We know that it matters for blah, 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 for the local community. But for most products, maybe we don't know any of these things. So how do you think about that?
It would be nice to have, so this is the first step. So people tend to attach the feeling of home bias to, I don't know, olive oil, a particular type of orange, food. There are papers studying this, okay, but not industrial products. Why do I care where my razor is being produced? Well, there are other things. Perhaps automobiles are peculiar because people tend to attach. It's a big product, and people tend to attach, national origin or something like that. It may be. I start with this. I let you guys get, collect the data for some other industry and see because you could find this. Okay, let's look at Airbus. I am sure there are more European airlines that are using more Airbus than Boeing, and the other way around. I don't know. But these are like big buyers. It's a different story. Normally, this is being applied to food, where people develop taste when they are growing up. My surprise was like, this is the only thing I can say is it's not small. Sometimes the regional market share is more than double the national. So that softens the market. Period. That's, I'm documenting it.
Very good. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Great. So again, I was mentioning that we were trying to be entertaining. Okay. So and the theme is, of course, competitiveness. We heard already something from the governor this morning. So it's a crucial issue that we have to solve at the European level. And of course, we heard lots of interesting stuff already today, and we will hear tomorrow. So we are very lucky to have with us amazing panelists. Are Deborah Revoltella from European Investment Bank is still not there, but she will be showing up there. We have Felix Rosal from the OECD, and then Pilar Castillo from the ESM, the European Systemic Mechanism, and we have Reingrop from IWH Halle. So we can see also Deborah. Hello, Deborah. Hi.
Hello. I was blocked, but I finally managed to join you.
Very good, very good. We can see you and see also the presentation. So, so what is the idea here? I've been proposing some stage directions to the panelists, and they agreed. So what we basically do is the following. We're going to split the kind of the discussion in two parts. In the first part, we will be actually just to break the ice. All the panelists will tell us what's their own institution are doing in terms of competitiveness related matters. And in the second part, we will be looking more specifically to the issue, which is there is a large debate, of course, in the EU right now. There is a forthcoming report from Draghi. There was already a report from Letta came out. The idea is internal market versus the big investment store to story, no? So raising, as Gianmarco was telling us this morning, the kind of the productivity of the whole Europe, right? Of course, that part is hampered by the fact that we have a large, debt in general, or in particular in certain countries. So we have some. So this is the second part. Now, what I will be doing, therefore, is starting with this breaking the ice. But I think is Deborah has prepared. Thanks a lot. A nice introductory presentation that could be serving as giving us a few numbers on the size of the issue, right? Everybody's talking about competitiveness as being a problem. Now, I think Deborah, in her presentation, will give us a sense of what does it mean in terms of quantification. So, Deborah will start, and then we'll follow up with the other panelists. So, Deborah, if you are ready, you could basically share the screen with us, and you have a few minutes to introduce the matter. Please.
Yeah. I actually contradict you, and I don't go through the presentation, but I go through the messages of the presentation. I think we had a little bit misalignment in the organizing and the showing of the presentation, but it's fine. And I will nevertheless try to set the scene in terms of the competitiveness challenge as we see at the European Investment Bank. The first point that I wanted to mention is if we look in a longer term perspective at the dynamic between real per capita GDP in PPP adjusted EU versus US, what we see is a substantial gap in terms of real per capita GDP between the EU and US that has been staying more or less the same since the 90s. And if we look, if we rebase, but this gap is there. But if we look at the dynamic, in fact, in terms of adjusted PPP, the dynamic EU-US seems to be the same going all over the period, but the dynamic in the EU masks a very strong divergence among macro regions. So what we have seen in all this period is Central Eastern Europe that has been converging while Southern Europe somehow diverging, and the core of Europe more stable. So the story that we see in terms of at least the long-term dynamic in terms of real GDP per capita is a gap, EU and US, that is a constant remaining for a longer period of time since the 90s. And within Europe, we see the convergence of Central Eastern Europe and somehow the divergence or stabilization of Southeastern Europe. So definitely we have an issue in terms of not capacity to catch up or to recover at the European level overall. And also we are more concerned because Central Eastern Europe may get to the point of the middle income trap. So the convergence may be less strong going forward. But there is another message that we at the EIB have been highlighting since quite a long period of time, since the moment of the sovereign debt crisis. We realize that when you talk about what we call a productive investment, that is machinery and equipment, intangible and infrastructure investment, we have been accumulating a gap versus the US of some 2 percentage points of GDP year after year. There are some years of a small peak, a small adjustment, but in fact, it's more than by now 13 years that we see this gap, 2% of GDP accumulating. And if we look at what is related, is both private and public sector, but it's mostly related to machinery and equipment in ICT and also ICT in general. So it's really a gap in terms of productive investments that continue to stay there. As the EIB, of course, we think that's quite important. It's important in normal time, but it's even more important at time of structural transformation of the economy. Then we have another important point that is clearly related to competitiveness, and it's related to the whole discussion on European innovation. And here I distinguish, if you want, a three level of what is not working at the European level, and the still work that we are doing both at the macro and micro level. But I think it's important to look at the whole dynamics in the innovation profiles in Europe and what really where is the missing part. The first point is if we look at the leading innovators at the global level, and in particular, if we look at this European Industrial Scoreboard, are the top 2,500 innovators in terms of R&D spending. What we see is that Europe is somehow missing in the key new sector. Everything related to ICT, digitalization, etc., Europe is missing. Then, even in the areas where Europe is present, it fails to bring a new participant to the group of the top leading innovators. So the European leading innovators, if you want, are always the same old companies, and they tend to be a little bit resistant to disruptive transformation. And the last point is that something that we are recently looking at, they also seem not being very dynamic in terms of acquiring new technology. So if we think that the innovation is a top innovator, but also the growing firm, the startup and scale up, they fail to provide the exit through M&A with acquisition. They are really not active. And then this is at the top of the innovation framework. We also are very much convinced that there is a specific gap in the phase of growth of firms, that is what we call the scale-up phase. It's firms that are 500 million, but looking for targeting evaluation of between 500 million and 2 billion. When you come to this level, that is the moment in which they should transform and start producing, it's really a moment in which Europe has no financing, no opportunity for the firms. And that's really the moment where the limited, if you want, integration of our capital market, but also the possibility of exiting through M&A is really not existent. So in reality, we really see on the innovation part this key concern, part for the role of the leading innovator and part on this area of scale-up finance. Another point that is interesting also in the innovation is related to the green innovation, and there Europe has some kind of leadership still maintained in terms of patenting at least, but clearly China is picking up very, very fast. We had a special survey of firms that are patenting in green technologies. And we look at something quite interesting because we find out that for the small firms, lack of finance is the main impediment, and they are the green, the firms that are patenting in green technologies. For the small one is mostly finance the problem. But if you look at the larger one, they tend to consider also finance a problem, but also fragmentation of regulation, uncertainty of regulation. So the fact that the European market is actually fragmented at the end create a disadvantage for firms that don't have a market to grow, and for that reason they have more inconvenience versus international peers. So that's all is on the innovation. We also have a lot of thinking on the net zero transition and what it means for European competitiveness. And I think here maybe from an institution, we are a little bit biased on the fact on the importance of the net zero transition. For us, it's paramount important to have a resilience, but also just a transition, but having the transition. what we see is that actually the strategy at the European level that is based on the one side, the carbon pricing, but on the other side also support to the green economy coming up. This one seems to be more balanced than the US strategy that is only looking at the subsidies part. And we see it because in Europe, you see that basically both the carbon intensive industries, but also the new economy related to the green economy are moving, while in the US, it seems that it's mostly a transformation that is led by the new economy part, the green economy part, and less from the energy intensive industries that by not having the carbon price in many of the states of the US, by not having carbon price, they don't have the incentive to transform from the bottom. We think that this is good for the net zero transition. In the medium term, in the adjustment term, there may be external competitiveness issues for European industries, and that's something to look at, particularly in the medium term. I am more or less out of my time, but when we look at competitiveness, we always think at these elements, so the investment part, the innovation part, the challenge of the net zero transition. There is a very important part that is related to the availability of skills. And I think there at the European level, we have a particularly unfavorable dynamic and perspective in terms of population dynamics. But there is also a lot to do in terms of skills and maybe also in terms of social policies, social investment, if you want, that may support more labor for participation. There is one data that I always show, and I think it's quite telling. If you look at the share of women employed in the EU, if they have or they don't have children, you see a very substantial drop when they have children. It calls for basic investment in childcare. Maybe there are also preferences, but it calls for that. And sometimes when we talk about competitiveness of the economy, we have also to think that some type of social investment may have, in the moment in which you have a massive gap in terms of skills, may have also positive development in that perspective. With that, I stop, and I'm happy to come back in the second round of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Deborah. Well, it's a rather actually depressing picture in a sense. So we'll figure out what we can do in positive to, as ideas. Why don't you take the lead on what OECD is actually doing, please?
Thanks. I guess the mic is working. Okay. Well, thanks a lot for inviting me to this discussion today. Also, very interesting panel discussions earlier today. So, of course, when we look at the data, we could clearly see that Europe's economic performance over the past decades has been much weaker than the US and many Asian and OECD economies. Of course, this doesn't come surprise to this crowd. But also in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic, we have observed that investment recovered much less than in other major advanced economies, so that the outlook seems to be not improving in the short term. On top of this, there are some ongoing megatrends that are affecting Europe at a disproportionate extent. On the one hand, there's digital and green transition. And initially for green transition and innovation, we thought that Europe will be in the lead, but the recent data is not showing that. On the digital transition, it's clear that the European Union is lagging behind with respect to recent advances in artificial intelligence development and deployment. And as a matter of fact, there are no EU champions in this field except for one French company. The second is, of course, openness in retreat. With the changes in global value chains, there may be potential implications for European Union, which we may not see it yet. And finally, the population aging will likely to be a challenge for many of the European Union countries, especially in Southern and Eastern Europe, through potentially reduced business dynamism and innovation. However, there's also the fiscal side of the issue with increased pension spending as well as elderly care, which may crowd out the investment that may be needed to boost competitiveness and increase increasing the labor market mismatches. So, of course, with all these challenges, we still have a faith in Europe that it has the capacity on which to build competitiveness rebound, namely starting from its high level of human capital and high quality institutions. Here, I would like to emphasize that, which was a point made before today, competitiveness is a very broad concept which means different things to different people. In a more classical sense, we used to think that it's about trade surplus. But if you look at that from that perspective, actually European Union is doing well and US has trade deficits. So when we talk about competitiveness, it's clearly trade surplus is not something we are thinking of. High value added economy, high number of innovations, or maybe we mean strong productivity growth, which is of course the essential key driver of economic growth and equitable growth. So therefore, there's no one-size-fits-all competitiveness definition, and therefore there's no one-size-fits-all strategy to raise competitiveness. But today, I would like to focus mainly on the need for Europe to revive its sluggish productivity growth, which is a critical ingredient of productivity, competitiveness, and growth, and also avoids this zero-sum game definition of competitiveness. As you all know, the OECD Economics Department has been working over the past decade both on macro and micro data to develop a deeper understanding of productivity drivers with a specific focus on evidence-based productivity-enhancing policy recommendations for our member countries. An important takeaway from our policy, which comes as good news, is that the policies matter. There are a broad range of policies, public policies that impact productivity growth, and there are complementarities between them and synergies between them that we can exploit. Now, let me list some of the few basic principles that what this public policy may involve to boost productivity. First, successful reforms to lift productivity require to target both the incentives and capabilities of both businesses and workers. When I say incentives, for example, we are talking about incentives for innovation, which we know that is mostly works through the competition. For capabilities, you may think in terms of, for example, to increase the capital, we need to enable high risk investment for firms, or from the worker side, we need to invest in human capital through education and adult training. Second, policies should also recognize different challenges facing firms at the technological frontier, which are the main contributions of innovations, and firms that are lagging behind, which usually rely on adopting technologies and business practices. And finally, public policies also need to foster productive allocation of resources, capital and labor in the economy through nurturing healthy level of business dynamism. Some of these elements are even more amplified during the big structural changes our economies are facing through digital and green transitions and some of the other mega trends, as I mentioned, such as aging. Let me try to be slightly more specific. At the current juncture, characterized by the still relatively high policy rates in many of the central banks, implying tighter credit conditions during the years before COVID, it is essential to boost firms' capacity to invest, especially in intangibles. We have seen some of the papers today emphasizing this. Equity markets are still relatively small in Europe compared to the US. The business models of firms are also different. In the US, many of the firms are relying on venture capital, which means that the investors can wait a long time until they see the return. What this means is that this type of financing allows remarkable big innovations that these firms can invest for a long time, only to see the observed results after 10 years, 15 years. In Europe, however, most of the firms are relying on bank financing, which implies that they need to sustain certain return every year, which sometimes is not very conducive to these big, remarkable innovations that we all wish to see.
In this, I would like to emphasize that also the importance of making further progress in the capital market union, because at the end of the day, this is what Europe is about, and this should bring some further benefits to the firms involved. The structure of the equity markets also matter. As I mentioned before, we need to boost the innovation. We need to boost the especially young innovative firms' ability to invest in capital. Second, on more flexible labor markets and better skills can elevate labor shortages many of the European Union countries are currently facing. A new survey we are conducting in the Global Forum on Productivity shows that many of these firms are facing large labor shortages. For example, in Italy, 75% of the firms today are reporting labor shortages, that they cannot find enough skills and enough labor for the types of jobs that are needed. This is a big problem. We need to enhance the policy setting to boost employment and to match the labor markets. One of the policies, of course, to do this is to promote lifelong learning, which both lift the employment and productivity, especially in the light of the fact that more people are working at older ages. In this respect, a very good example is a tax incentive in Italy that covers 40% of wage payments for the whole duration of the specific types of training. Again, bringing more senior workers and women to workforce remain critical. As Deborah also mentioned, designing better policies such as broader reforms, including opportunities for childcare and elderly care, remain critical. And finally, recent reforms in the insolvency frameworks for the reallocation of resources across different sectors and firms is critical. And in that, we have seen some recent reforms which would allow restructuring of companies or the reallocation of resources towards expanding sectors such as digital or green. So this type of creative disruption may also be helpful for productivity growth, as long as, of course, we are with well-designed social safety nets, we can protect the workers. From the OECD side, I would like to also emphasize that we are proposing a new indicators, competitiveness indicators across countries, which putting all together the different types of indicators OECD has built over the years, including education, health, among others, of course, and this will be announced probably later during this year. So I hope you will be looking out for that.
Thank you very much. Pilar, do you want to give the perspective of ESM on that, please?
I will try. Some of the mess. Can you hear me? Okay, so some of the messages that I'm gonna give, probably they will sound a little bit repetitive. I'm gonna start explaining a little bit for those that know the ESM is not known by everybody. We are the crisis resolution mechanism of the euro area. We were born, with the sovereign crisis and provide financial assistance to countries that are threatened or that are facing a financial crisis. So our goal is financial stability. And this is the perspective that we take when we look at productivity. For us, we are taking a view of long-term view, a more structural view, and we look at competitiveness and productivity, trying to identify vulnerabilities in order to be prepared. So messages that I would like to highlight here. First one is that in the comparison with the US, that we are lagging behind is not new. It has been for some time, and also the reasons behind. There are many studies about that. You have been mentioning the lack of innovation, administrative burden, fragmentation in some markets. So the factors are there. We have also seen that this gap that has been stable, as Deborah said, for many years, it increased a little bit since the pandemic and most during the energy crisis. Now, if we look to the labor productivity in 2023, it was negative in Europe. So the euro area was resilient. We avoid recession. We need to have in mind
the magnitude of the crisis that we faced, but in labor productivity terms, it fell by 1% in 2023. Of course, there are cyclical factors here and factors that explain the difference that will disappear. The energy, is one. Europe suffered a very substantive terms of trade shock. That was the opposite in the US. US since 2019 is a net exporter of energy. We are not only net importers, but we depended a lot of Russia. So that hit, now we have terms of trade shock has reverted. We have current account surplus, so the cyclical there. The fiscal stimulus also explain a part, and labor hoarding. Still, we see in some countries in Europe where firms are keeping employment with the hope that this is that growth will come back again, and that there will be some adjustment. So there are cyclical factors there. The second message that I want to say is, okay, we have not seen enough improvement or measures taken in productivity. Productivity has remained low for years, but this has been offset by the policy so far of integration of Europe in the international markets. And that has helped a lot. If you look to the external competitiveness that Professor Ottaviano was mentioning, Europe has not performed bad. And even during the energy crisis and after, if you look to different indicators, market shares, we are there. Why we are concerned? Because this might change also looking into the future. So into the future, what we see is that there are what was mentioned as mega trends, that can also affect the productivity, but also affect our external, our position in the international markets. I'm gonna mention just two. Climate is one of them, but I'm not gonna go there. And the first one is geoeconomic fragmentation. That has also been mentioned here. The dependencies that Europe has. Energy is one, but there are other critical materials that we depend on key suppliers that probably they are not. Some of them they are not geopolitically aligned with us. The tensions between the US and China. Okay, there is a technological race, and in this technological race, our starting point is weaker. So we not only need to catch up, but we also will face a stronger competence from that part. And then the other factor is that we are much more open than so we have been benefiting in the past from globalization. Now we are talking again about globalization. But if global trade doesn't continue as it has been in the past, we are going to be one of the hardest hit. So the other, and this is more in the global environment. The global environment has changed, so that's a wake up for Europe. The other one is more domestic demographics. That has also been mentioned. Population is slowing down in most regions of the world, but it's falling in Europe, and this will have an effect. We see, I mean, on one hand, if you have we will see keeping everything constant. We will see probably labor shortages, this means higher costs, and then there is the link between aging and innovation. And so you will have competitiveness hit by the two sides, numerator and denominator. So those are the warning points that I wanted to mention. There are other factors that I have not mentioned here that can go in the other direction. AI, we don't know how it's going to affect productivity, but it can help. And in trade services, global trade of services is growing quite fast. So we could also benefit from that. But the overall picture is also to maybe my message would be there is now a window of opportunity to now get the things done that we have maybe not done in the past. In terms of the agenda, I'm just gonna highlight three things that maybe we can develop later. First one, at national level, do the reforms and investments that are already planned and are also in the resilience and recovery plans. That if this is done, that's a good step ahead. At Euro level, further integration and those, and we have the letter report, we will have Draghi, but that's also, that's the way to become more competitive. And the open strategic autonomy, reduce your dependence, keep being open to the world. And with this, I'll
Thank you very much to adding interesting additional aspects to the discussion. So now we concluded, in a sense, the institutions, policy institutions. Now we have more the academic institutions. So maybe you can tell.
Policy.
Yeah, but of course, from the academic point of view. So please, you have the floor to kind of give us your perspective on that. Thanks.
I actually would say that we are a policy institution, but we are not a transnational, I'm very loud, I think, transnational institution. And as I expected my co-panelists to take a transnational perspective, actually, I'm going to talk a little bit about Germany for several reasons, actually. One is I know more about Germany than about other countries, but also because I think Germany is, in a number of dimensions, a very interesting case, and we may be able to learn something from what is happening and what we find in the German context. As you may know, The Economist has recently come out with the sick man of Europe again. So while we're saying that European productivity growth overall is always slower than the US, there is shifts within Europe on who is leading and lagging in terms of productivity growth. And Germany, after having done relatively well for reasons that I'm not going to talk about, we could talk about that, but now doesn't seem to be doing so well. I mean, this is reflected in a number of things. I mean, one of the things that we do is the official forecast for the German government. And as you know, the growth has been very poor, also in the OECD comparison in Germany in the past few years, at least since the pandemic. But probably even worse, we're also doing production potential estimates, and we have cut them in half for Germany for the next 10 years. Now, why have we done that? And so to understand that, and I'm going to take a little step back. And what is interesting is that Germany has actually been one of the countries with the highest productivity growth within the EU, within Europe. And that is surprising. Why is that surprising? Because it's also the country with the lowest business dynamism in the EU, actually by a pretty big distance. Now, as most of you will know, in empirical analysis, if you look at the biggest determinants of productivity growth, you're going to find that business dynamism, so the entry and exit of firms, is one of the major factors. So what we really need to explain is, well, why did Germany's productivity growth, was it relatively high relative to other countries that even within the EU have higher business dynamism? And we've done some work on this, colleagues of mine at the Institute, and what the best explanation that we have so far is, well, innovation can take place through the entry and exit of firms, but it can also take place within firms. And for some reason, German firms seem to be better to innovate within the firm, so without exit and entry. And why is that? Why are German firms better at innovating within firms? And it is not better management or anything like that, but it does seem to be the case of better mid-level educated employees. So it has actually a lot to do with this dual education system in Germany, where you combine practical experience in the firm and go attend university or vocational schools at the same time. And this is reflected in standardized, internationally applied tests on numeric ability, verbal ability, problem-solving ability, where German mid-level employees do better than other countries. So Germany has sort of, what has saved Germany, despite the static economy, in terms of productivity growth, has been sort of this ability of mid-level employees to adopt innovation, produce innovation, and disseminate innovation within the economy, such that within, so the BMW got a little bit better every year. That's sort of what happens. The question then is, though, what does this mean for the future? And here we're coming back. I'm coming back to our cuts of the productivity growth, our potential production potential that we have done, and that is that we can also see that this type of within firm innovation works much better for gradual innovation, and it does not work very well for disruptive innovation. This is, for example, reflected in the number of patents and the type of patents in particular. Germany had produced actually a lot of patents, but the patents tend to be marginal improvements, and they're not disruptive patents. Now, there's a lot of discussion about how to measure disruptive patents, but I think there's clearly a difference in, particularly if you compare it to the US, not in the number, but in the composition of patents. So what is invented, if you want. And if we believe that the future, whether it's because of demography, whether it's because of the adjustment of the economy to climate change, whether it's because of AI, whatever you want, there's more disruptive innovation happening, that bodes very poorly for Germany. And I think there's several lessons from this. One is that what has saved Germany was not bigger investment in infrastructure. Actually, quite frankly, the investment in infrastructure was very small, but it was a certain type of educational system. So when we think about what can help productivity growth, we may need to broaden our view of what is important and what is not. And second, and this gets me a little bit to a topic that I've been thinking about for a long time, and some of you know I worked for the ECB for a long time, and we were very interested in capital markets union and very enthusiastic about capital markets union. And I have to admit, I've never really shared that enthusiasm, because I think the solutions to the productivity gap in European countries is different for each country. I don't think it's the same answer to the questions in the different countries. I think the answer for Germany is probably quite different to the answer for Estonia, to take two very extreme examples. And hence, I think talking too much about something that's a little bit utopian anyway, but the capital markets union is sort of this, we need to harmonize everything, including insolvency regulation, etc. It's a very, very ambitious project, which I think enables people to hide a little bit behind, oh, this is so difficult, we end up doing nothing, rather than actually doing things at the local level in these countries that addresses concrete problems that the countries have, and that may be very different even within the EU. That's how I want to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was actually a very good perspective, very controversial. I would say I have lots of questions on that. So we are about the half of the panel. So I think it's the really right time that the audience comes on board also to direct a bit the rest of the time. So I encourage a couple of questions to see if you have a clarification or something that we have been missing in terms of things that must be part of the discussion, right? I have Lawrence, Avi, Martin, and Eric. So 2 minutes each, Mas, because otherwise.
I just wanted to get back on the capital market union. When I compare Europe and the United States, clearly the big difference is the lack of the capital market union. I mean, you just have a diversity of capital markets. You have access to venture capital. I mean, so much of what's available in terms of finance is really bank-based. And so the example of Germany, I think, is instructive because a lot of the innovation takes place within companies, existing companies, because they have access to finance, whereas their startups don't have access to finance. So I think, the fact that you don't have these large pools of venture capital, which can be raised in a large capital market like the United States, I mean, speaks to the potential benefits of having a capital union in Europe.
Can I answer to that? I'm not allowed.
Because I think that's a critical issue. So I want to hear first. Harry, go ahead. Please.
Yeah, no, very quickly. I of course really like Ryan's points, not because he's the president of the institution that I work
Your
in.
boss, Harry, you better like
my boss. But because I truly believe in that message, right? So Germany did work very well, but it's incremental innovation, right? And there is a deficit of fundamental basic innovation, and clearly Europe is lagging behind in critical technologies of the future, and many of them for sure. And so this idea of going back to startups and startup activity and dynamism becomes really important because these young firms are particularly good at radical innovations. And so I want to talk about regulation. And I want to talk about why is it so hard to start businesses in many European countries? Why is it so costly? And I also want to talk about regulation as regards labor mobility. There were lots of conversations about workforce and workforce training. And when I think about small businesses and innovative small firms in Europe, given the lack of mobility, how hard it is to switch jobs, and given how volatile these young innovative firms are, it's very difficult for workers, STEM workers, and I think you mentioned it, to go work for a startup, right? Because they will lose their job likely. And so the regulations around labor mobility, regulations about starting businesses, these are things that we don't often hear about. These sacred topics, I think, in Europe a little bit, and I think it's becoming more and more important to think seriously about it.
That's the first round for your attention. So I think we have two issues here, right? 2 or 3. Capital market and the size of the markets. I think it's very important. I didn't understand why you are. Apart is your boss. I didn't understand really why you are with it, but it's okay. So and then the role of regulation. So why don't we have sort of you respond and maybe you want to take up on. Please go ahead, Ryan.
I would just like to make 2 comments on both points. One on Larry. I don't think that venture capital availability, which I completely agree with you, is a big problem in Europe, and capital markets union necessarily have so much to do with each other. And I'm saying this because, as you know, venture capital is a highly local business. I mean, you look at venture capitalists in Boston, specializing in biotech. Venture capital in the Silicon Valley doesn't do biotech. I mean, they do obviously IT. So I don't really think we need a capital markets union to solve problems of venture capital. And I think the difference, the reasons for the non-availability of venture capital are quite different in Germany compared to France, for example. There's actually a lot more venture capital available in France than in Germany right now. And in that sense, I think the capital markets union just distracts from, or enables politicians whom I have to talk to a lot from just saying, oh, the EU doesn't solve our problem, and that's why we don't have venture capital, and we need to do a government fund, which doesn't solve the problem, as you know. So I think we should be concentrating on each individual country, what we can do for venture capital. It's a little bit chicken and egg problem, right? I mean, as you know, it has to do with institutional investors. It has a lot to do with, like in Amsterdam, for example, there is this scene developing because there was this one big success going to the stock market there. so that's on that. So I'm not sure these are it's the same question. The second is there's many other aspects, I think, in Germany specifically, that prevent people from doing startups. And it's not all availability of finance. There is particularly seed finance, initial finance is actually relatively there. Then the mezzanine finance, you know, the scaling up part, that's the problem. But if you are, like Germany is, ranked in the doing business ranking of ease of doing a startup, ranked number 135 out of 190 countries, I think there's many problems that need to be solved. And one of the main things, and that's being discussed very much at the moment, is bureaucracy, rules, regulations, which are really just stifling any sort of activity, any new idea, because there's so many hurdles that you have to do. You just, you know, pack up, go to the US and do it there. And that is what a lot of Germans specifically are doing. There's a lot of this sort of startup flight going to the US. If you think of a big, successful US startups, there's actually a lot of Germans running around there, doing it there because of mainly actually not so much about the availability of finance, but much more about the hindrance due to bureaucracy, government regulation, and the self-perception of the government. So the government doesn't see itself as enabling someone to found a firm, but making sure that all the rules are followed, and whether the firm actually is successful or not doesn't matter.
Okay. So thank you very much. Why don't we have the other panelists? Please go ahead. And then Deborah, of course, you can take up as well.
Yeah, I mean, just to highlight a couple of points, of course, Germany's case, you know, much better, but I think the point of countries being different is exactly the point that why capital markets is needed, right? So what is not needed in Germany could potentially finance some other firms if it is a high risk capital. I mean, if investors are willing to do that. But, you know, there's also a very strong theoretical and empirical evidence that the firms, especially young firms and innovative firms, are being affected with the lack of finance. So not only at the entry or exit, I should also emphasize that also when they face with the shocks, because things happen in the world economy. We just had the huge energy crisis, the Ukraine war, other things. We had a study during the energy shock showing that the young firms are almost the only ones affected from these type of big supply shocks. And now in the going to the future, there will be other shocks that are coming with the green transition, etc. So not only in the steady state that whatever you have, but also when you face with the shocks, it's very important that these firms have access to finance. I stop there.
Deborah, you want to add? Deborah.
Yes, I don't hear you well. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Go ahead.
Okay. I didn't hear you in the last second, actually. No, I wanted to actually intervene on the point of venture capital, capital market union, innovation. I think we have many studies and a lot of institutional experience of where the challenges are, and I think I fully confirm that there is the double side. On the one side, there are a lot of issues in terms of market regulation, but I think also the market fragmentation is something important. We had this study that I was mentioning before on green innovation, and on green innovation in particular, there has been a lot of attempt in the last year through the Green Deal at the European level to have a more harmonization of regulation of standards at the European level. We are far from perfect, but there has been a lot of effort. And even in these sectors, the firms the larger firms that are innovating in green technologies, they are actually seeing the European market as a market for growth, but they say that their main concern is this uncertainty of harmonization of regulation. And I think that's a very, very important point, because when we talk about the single market, that's really the value for European companies to potentially leverage on the European market. But that is one side of the story. For sure, there is an issue also in terms of finance. I agree that, and we see it, we are present as an institution in all level of supporting innovative firms from business angel to seed capital, etc. But then, and we are also quite present in venture capital and venture debt. It's not really known, but in the venture capital market in which we are present, in the segment in which we are present, as a fund of funds, we are participating in funds always as minority shareholder that represent around 40% of the venture capital market. So we are a strong presence in the venture capital market. But what we see is also that when we intervene, so we did we have a new publication coming up looking at when we intervene via fund of funds in venture capital or through venture debt financing a firm, there are two effects on the firm. On the one side, we provide the finance, and that's already good for the firms, but also we provide a signaling on the quality of the technology of the firm. And actually that's quite good, particularly on venture debt. When the firm goes for the second round of financing, we see that actually they get much better finance than originally identical firms that didn't pass through our venture debt product. So we think that there are ways in which, as a public institution, if you have the right combination of knowing technologies, having instruments to operate, you can really make a difference on innovation. What we see now, and that's what I was mentioning before, is that there is a particularly phase of the growth firms when they become a little bit bigger, where Europe really doesn't have large enough venture private equity funds to deal with the scale-up phase. And that's really the new, if you want, a market need that we are envisaging. There is a new prototype of an instrument that we have put in place, and there has been a massive request exactly because in Europe you don't have funds that can have in their portfolio these more than one or two of these large companies and having some diversification. So it's really an area where we think that on the policy point of view, there should be much more push going forward. The last thing that I wanted to say before was the mentioning that the capital market union and venture capital, they don't necessarily go together. I don't fully buy this in the sense that when you come to a certain point on the firms, you want an exit, and then the exit can be through listing or through M&A. And in Europe, we actually are poor in both ways because on the listing, it's difficult, the listing, and that's a lot of capital market union. Also because capital markets, even where they are developed, they are more fragmented. So yes, maybe Germany, France, some of the countries have a large enough, deep enough capital market, but then we have a lot of countries in Europe where the market is not deep enough and is not integrated enough. So are the two things going together that limit the possibility of the exit. And then there is the M&A part where in fact we see that what I was mentioning before, the really large European companies don't really enter very much in M&A or startup and scale up. And on the other side, most of the European startup and scale up, they get bought in the US by US funds, or companies. So at the end, there is also in that point of view, we see some bias in investment.
Thank you very much, Deborah. So we have now Martin and Eric, please. Martin.
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot to all of the speakers. I really enjoyed your contributions. I was wondering, this is the 13th annual CompNet conference, right? We've been talking about competitiveness for well over a decade. At the same time, the gap with the US has only been growing. It doesn't seem like we fixed this competitiveness issue. So I was wondering, could the panelists take stock, right? What have we learned from all this research? And perhaps you can tell us what's the big maybe policy success that all of this research has led to.
Maybe an easier question.
Can you answer please his question?
The points were already discussed, so I'll avoid that. And I'd like to save the time to comment to hear what they say about Martin. So actually, no. I think that's, you know, it's 7 o'clock, and I think that'd be great to hear.
So add something.
Yes, no, I was just wondering to what extent we should broaden spectrum of our policies also to look at the financing the defense industry in Europe, because that's a key driver of competitiveness. It has been a key driver of competitiveness and technological advancements for the US. But the rules in Europe, especially the ESG regulation, largely prevent banks and financial institutions to finance defense companies. So we might end up in a weird situation here. So I was just wondering, the panelists, what do they think about it?
Okay, I'm not a panelist, I'm the chairing. I'm chairing, so please, the panel. Okay, Deborah wants to start on this question, and
yeah, maybe I can say something on the defense side, answering to Carlo, because we have been recently part of. As many times happening in Europe, when you say you have a problem, and then Europe, the EIB is a part of the solution, particularly when you have to find financing investment. I think so. Part of the story is we were always very careful as an institution, exactly for ESG. And because we are an institution financing ourselves in the market on opening on defense and security, we have been asking to be much more present and supporting the market, given the current environment. And we are actually looking at in our new strategy, at our strategy for defense and security. And part of it is having a definition of the dual use that is a little bit more accommodating, if you want. Before, we had a definition of a dual use that would require at least 50% of the production of a company to be non-military use. And now we say that the product needs to have a good business case for non-military use, even if, in fact, all the production goes for military use. This is one part, and we are also looking into supporting access to finance for small and medium companies that are active in defense and security sectors. We have quite some understanding, and we still cross fingers that actually our investors, our bond investors will accept the transformation without an effect. And I think a part of the fact of asking to the EIB to intervene in the market was actually to give a signal that in certain areas, institutions like us can intervene and hopefully not being affected in terms of bond issuing. So that's a long story, but to answer to Carlo, that we still hope that with a restrictive enough definition for defense and security is still compatible with being an institution like that is living on issuing its bonds.
Okay, so thank you, Deborah. So let's go back into the existential sort of question of Martin. So what we learned, right? Maybe let me add on that, on this trade-off, because we mentioned already this story of the investment versus internal capital market and or internal sort of market in general, not only the capital but internal. So what is the extent in which we should go into, raise up investment and sort of try to raise the productivity of the whole system versus, take advantage fully of the internal competition. So these two questions, existential question, what we learn, and this trade-off. So maybe a few minutes each, please.
I mean, what we learned, as I mentioned, I think the most important one and the key one from my perspective is that it's not just about technology. It's also about policies, incentives, how you put how you incentivize the capital market developments, investment. These are the critical issues. When we look at productivity, we tend to focus both within firm productivity as well as across firms and different sectors. And in all of these, it's clear that the policies play a very critical role and they are very complementary. So you see that in the European Union context, I think one of the most important things is that this, I mean, we are going to discuss later this single market also. But, maybe the size of the market at some level also matters for innovation. So for example, even for European Union, we don't have yet the big European firms. We have German firms, we have French firms, Italian firms, and others. But we don't have a single name, brand name for big, very productive, big firms that brings drastic innovation to the market. I think this is one of the elements that is missing, that we cannot bring this big innovation within the Europe.
Thank you. Maybe Pilar, you want to add something? Then.
Okay. Yes, on what we have learned. I mean, now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, my institution is not a research institution, but from what we have been monitoring, and one of the main differences, the European Union is not the US. So the European Union still, there's a way to go, and if we want to compete to the US on comparison, we are still, there are still some pieces of fragmentation there. If you look into productivity and growth developments, there is a big difference before, up to the global financial crisis, and then you got the sovereign crisis, and there is where the recovery is slower. And investment is not that we didn't invest enough, but it's how we invest. It's the way you invest matters. We have the experience of the European countries investing too much, maybe in real estate, less productive investment. I think that's one of the key elements, and the innovation. So still some fragmentation pieces, and the way we invest in the past.
Let me first say, I don't want to be misunderstood. I think the Capital Markets Union is the first best solution. But as you would say, we have been talking about the Capital Markets Union for almost 20 years, and not really much has happened. So I think we should be looking at second best solutions, and that is more at the national level. So I don't want to be misunderstood that I don't like the Capital Union. I think it's great, right? But it's just not really realistic. It's not going to happen. So I think we need to do other things. The second point I wanted to make is, and this gets back to this venture capital and Capital Markets Union. So how important is the common market to the success of startups? And all I can really do there is to give a counterexample. I mean, why is Israel, which is a tiny market, more successful in creating unicorns than Germany, with I don't know, 20 times the population? And there's no giant market in Israel at all. I mean, now aside from the problems they're having right now in other dimensions, but it's not clear to me that this is really the same question. Now, on your point, what have we done? I mean, I can, again, I'm going to give two examples for Germany, but in generally, I'm going to say the crisis hasn't been big enough. And I'm saying that because, when we try to, and I've worked a lot on that, on bank regulation. So was there a change in bank regulation? It came after the financial crisis, and there banking union, etc. And it's happened. Aside from deposit insurance, banking units, I think a success. And so we need a big enough crisis. Now, I don't know what that would look like, but if we got a big enough crisis, I think something would happen. Now, in terms of doing a better job of providing access to finance for small startup firms, perhaps the most important change in my view was actually the change in insurance regulation. Now, as you know, I mean, important institutional investors are very important for this exit option that was mentioned. So, I mean, they buy the stock, etc. This is not your grandma type of stock. I mean, this is very risky. So you need to have a big portfolio, you need to diversify, etc. 9 out of 10 startups don't succeed. And in Europe, there are no university endowments. These are big investors. They are much less important pension funds. But they're not as important. So life insurance companies would be the natural sort of investor because they have long horizons, they have big portfolios in startup stocks. And they actually, until 10 years ago, were not really allowed to do that based on regulation. And that was changed. So this is better. And this has actually, I know the numbers for Allianz, for example, I think they have by 5 times increased their stocks in their portfolios for the life insurance. So this was actually a success. Now, whether this is due to our conference, that's a different question. But I think this was an important change. But in general, the consensus, I think, at the moment is that just very little has happened. That is why we are where we are.
Any additional question, curiosity, critique, comments? Larry, please.
Do you think the fiscal situation in Europe has affected incentives to invest? If firms are looking ahead, seeing the debt overhang in Europe and some of the European countries, recognizing that that's got to be repaid and some of it's going to come out of, individuals or firms, do you think that's holding back investment now?
Yes, I have a very much related question. What do you think is going to be the impact of the European Recovery Plan in terms of productivity growth? I mean, you have something about this?
Second question. And then I have another question for which is, we have been talking about the capital market. Is needed, not needed? Why didn't work? So this is another question. Why didn't work this desire? So on these 3 questions, please.
Let me take the debt overhang investment link. Of course, even if the firms and households and none of the economic agents are thinking about this, banks are thinking about this. And so this increases of course, the risk premium on the loans and therefore the cost of credit, or if it's not affecting the cost of credit, it's affecting the volume of credit. So it is already in the economy that in ways that we don't see. For example, the risk premium, I think the lending premium right now in Europe and also in the US is actually quite high. So we of course, this is on top of the policy rate. Now the debt overhang may also have implications for inflation at some level, but even taking out that is affecting risk premium. And of course, for the firms, it may be affecting, but we need to look at what would have happened if the governments wouldn't spend that money on necessary things, if it was spent rightly, right? So if it was to rescue the economy during the COVID-19 crisis, the counterfactual where we find ourselves would probably be much worse than where we find ourselves now for investment. So there's a bit of balance between the two. I stop there.
Sorry. Now on the fiscal, I think that what supports financial or investors is to have a credible fiscal framework. So it's true, no, that the sovereign will need to consolidate, but if they provide a clear path I think this will assure investors and will also keep the spreads contained. And in this sense, is goes the new fiscal framework, the new fiscal rules. In addition to that, the fiscal rules also that have been reformed in a way that they are more growth friendly than before. So also the consolidation path and the years that countries will have to adjust their finances will be larger if they invest and if they reform. On the RRPs, at the ESM, we don't have we have internal estimates. We use sometimes the commission. There are several there. So for me, investment, what is key is not only the investments, but are the reforms. And this is, so the exercise that they're outside, they just consider most of them just the impact of the investment themselves, and are plus 1 percentage point. It depends on the country. It's much bigger in Greece, that they receive almost 16% of GDP in grants and loans than in other countries. So that has also this solidarity and this convergence point. But what is key and is much more difficult to measure is all the reforms that are in those plans.
A few points on the fiscal question. I think it's sort of, most people would say Italy, yes, that is a problem. But again, I'm going to take Germany as the counterexample that doesn't have a fiscal problem, has dramatically underinvested, in fact, has had for 10 years negative interest rates and did not invest, neither infrastructure nor anything else. And now what is even then more interesting is that if you try to estimate it, because of this debt break, right? This, this rule that you can only borrow 0.35% of GDP each year. So the question is, did this debt break prevent Germany from taking advantage of these negative interest rates to invest in infrastructure? And the fascinating thing to me is that the evidence that I have seen would suggest that's not the case. So there's other factors that prevented Germany from investing at that time, even though they were in a great situation. They had negative interest rates. And what that exactly is, I'm struggling to give you a good answer. I don't think we know what that exactly is.
And maybe Filippo. Yes.
Go ahead.
No, and I wanted to add a couple of points, maybe on the Recovery and Resilience Facility. I think the Recovery and Resilience Facility, in fact, has been one of the main elements of alignment of policy that help us passing through the pandemic and the energy shock in a positive economic dynamic. We can say everything that we want, but I think it was essential to have the Recovery and Resilience Facility as it was designed and deployed. If you want, what could have been going a little bit better, maybe, is having more focus in the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Also on having, and there is a focus on combining the financing and the reforms, but maybe what is partially being less emphasized is the cross-border nature of project and the cross-border nature of intervention. And that's something that scares me a little bit, not only related to the Recovery and Resilience Facility, but I think the way out for Europe, for the whole competitiveness crisis, is more Europe. And I think we go much more listening on the fact that it's not, the answer is not more Europe, but because we didn't manage a stricter integration, maybe we were able to take for granted that that's the situation. But I think that none of the European countries can really alone be competitive, fully competitive in the global sphere, competing with the US and the Chinese market. So I think that we are only going through maybe a bigger crisis, more separated, if we really don't try to push more on the integration side. And its capital market, I think there is so much on bias still present. There is the new report on the ECB. It's really impressive of how much on bias we still have in capital markets. And I think that is something to push much more, but also much more in terms of investment. As I was saying, cross-border investment that is not happening. The whole energy sector rethinking that is not really going in the direction. I think that's what we should push more, but more Europe rather than less.
More Europe, we should be careful because more Europe sometimes becomes more, fortress Europe, right? So actually, the big absent in this discussion was, no one mentioned that there are obviously protectionist pressure going on. So can I have a round, even with the public on that? I think it's critical.
So before getting into the protectionist part, I would like to go back to what Reint was saying. I mean, we've discussed a lot of things, but it's not clear to me how they are strictly related to the issue of underinvestment. It's something that Deborah also stressed at the beginning. So if we look at investment in business enterprise investment in R&D, this is the thing that is really missing in Europe. So it's not really the public investment part, it's the private one. And I still fail to see what is the connection between these huge problems that we have discussed, but this specific, I would say, misallocation of investment or lack of investment by the private sector. And so I think this is something that is should be stressed. So it's beyond them. So if we had everything and all the resources, I think we will still have a problem that the private sector is not investing enough, and I don't know why.
Eric, go ahead. A minute, just 1 minute.
Yeah, just to get in on this, in a way, the productivity really it should be an improvement in well-being related to the use of resources. So how much more well-being you get with the same resources. And earlier we saw this story from Spain on the industrial policy and the home bias. So I mean, there could just be a good thing. If you create your own cars in your own community, you feel good about it. And if you then have to work a few hours longer, but you feel better about it, there's nothing wrong with that in terms of productivity. It actually could be a very productive thing to do. And so part of what I'd like to see in this narrative is not just look at the amount of revenue per unit of capital and unit of labor, because we all know that markups play a role. So we really need to start looking at how is this stuff being perceived by people? How do we value it? Are there things that we should be doing as a society that we can value more with the resources we're doing? And so I'd actually like to see policy debate go more in that direction rather than how do we increase revenue productivity of the business firms. It might be a bit, much at the end of the day, but I'll leave it at that.
So panelists, any comment, thought on that? So what is the final objective function? So basically, what are we aiming at? The ultimate objective, right? That's the idea.
I can make one comment I can make on this. One of the things we do is we think a lot about East Germany and why is East Germany different from the West and why is it 20% poorer than the West in per capita income? And so we've spent a lot of effort to try to come up with welfare indicators that would say, well, East Germany is poorer, but they have better childcare and better, I don't know, all kinds of things. And we couldn't come up with a better indicator than per capita GDP for almost embarrassing. But that is what it was. The Munich people with the highest per capita income are the happiest people in Germany. So ultimately what you're saying is wonderful in a way, but I think ultimately you're just looking at damn per capita GDP is going to do the job.
Carlo, yeah, thanks.
No, but I mean, not because I've been between Eric and Gianmarco, so some wisdom arrived probably across. No, but about this debate of firms versus other objectives. I think there's one issue that Gianmarco pointed out in his presentation. So if we can link the beginning and the end of the conference, which keeps on, revolving in my mind, i.e. when he said that essentially there are different drivers of comparative advantage that move from, if I recall it correctly, factor prices like shareholding to market size, groupman to back to Ricardo in technology, no? And if you think about it, look at the Chinese development, but from cheap exports to economies of scale and now to technology. And if you look at how Europe has responded over time, from with the integration to Eastern Europe, which ensured the access to cheap labor, then to the market dimension, market integration. I think you are both saying similar things, i.e. we are now at the stage where the key competitive advantage is again technology, right? And the question is whether and how we should be able to pursue that. And there are, as we know, firm level drivers that would put firms into an innovation trajectory. But we also know from economic literature that there are institutions that are more or less apt at preventing or fostering innovation at the firm level. So the real question that we have to ask ourselves is whether the institutional setup of the European Union is nowadays, let's say, in line with what are the new factors of competitive advantage that Gianmarco was pointing at. There is one thing in the letter report, just one thing.
No, this is a fantastic question to actually reflect over dinner coming up in 30 minutes. So I would really strongly thank a lot the panelists. It was a very difficult panel. They performed greatly. Thank you very much. Pilar, Reint, Deborah, sorry we missed you tonight, and then Felix. So it was a great day. Thank you very much. And I'll see you in half an hour to dinner. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Ciao, bye-bye.